just making sure. God, I look much bigger on YouTube. I know. We just keep increasing the shit. I know. It's like we're shoveling shit on top of shit. We never resolve or fix any problems. We just create more chaos, tell more lies, erode more democracy. And then we're all just supposed to sit here like, oh, that's cool. Awesome, Lake. And for the fun of it, for following on Twitch, that's amazing. Hello, Twitch. I've been getting a few more followers. It's slow going. Building presence on other platforms is so hard, but it's getting better and better. We are live on Twitch. Let me just make sure we are live on YouTube, and then we're getting this party started. Tap the screen, share the live. Oh, yeah, and I just remembered. I also need to reset the gift goal. I will do that quickly, and then we will get going. I did best live with facts. I have so much fun. Thank you for everyone who's in here that was in the live this morning. What a great time. Not always the best topics, but I really appreciate like the level of brain activity going on, especially like early in the morning. Thank you so much for the gifts. Let me just update one more gift goal. Tap, tap, tap. We're almost at 10K. This is the tap goal. We're getting to 25K as fast as possible. Let me update the gift goal because it wasn't letting me earlier. Hopefully my sound is okay. That's why I'm a little late too. I don't know. I reinstalled TikTok Studio again, and then I could hear the sound going in and out, but now it seems fine. So who knows? Never know with TikTok Studio. You think it tells you there's a problem, and then you go live and it's fine. Yeah, I know. I can tell. I can hear it in my ear. I can hear it in my ears. It's just, it was telling me there was a problem with sound and I couldn't figure out what it was. And then I went live, no problem. Look, I uninstalled, reinstalled. It's like still, it said I had a problem with sound. Nope, clear as day. It's like, whatever. Oh, and actually, let me see. Let me see if I can send this article to myself. Or actually, that's probably unnecessary. Let's see. I'm just going to talk I just saw that this is an update. Yeah, I'm just going to text this to myself so I can open it on my iPad where you guys can see it as well. Oh, no, don't text facts. He's going to be like, what the? Paste. This is just an update that just came. I mean, we have a lot of, like always, I made a whole presentation last night, and then, the news has sort of trumped that. So I quickly updated to make it relevant, but I just got this. So let me pull up in my messages real quick and pull this New York Times article up. Because actually, let's not read my text messages. That would be very weird. Oh, I didn't even know that's where I texted it to. Open up. Oh, hopefully I'm logged in. I might not be logged in. I don't like it when it's white. I like when everything has a black background. White stuff hurts my eyes now because I stare at computer screens all day long. So this just came into my inbox. And I don't know if you know, but Harvard, I would say Columbia first and then Harvard probably second have been essentially like terrorized by Trump. And their endowments have been threatened, all of this money, which this is illegal, by the way. This is money that Congress appropriated legally to them. Trump is the one violating the Constitution and the impoundment laws. But apparently Harvard is now saying they're not going to comply with Trump's demands, whether or not they get the money. I mean, let's be honest here. Not like they don't have the money in the bank to hold out. They have what is Harvard's endowment? Does anyone know or want to look up real quick what's it at right now? I mean, this is like one of the most liquid businesses in the world. What is Harvard's current? Is it 17 billion? Yeah, no, it's higher than a couple. What is Harvard? Wait. Oh, typing on the wrong keyboard. Sorry, wrong computer. What is Harvard's endowment? Oh my God. Harvard University's endowment was valued at approximately $53.2 billion. Yeah, and I'm just looking. Someone now, people are saying 50 billion. Let's say it's around 50, but this just I typed that in. I'm on Google, and this is the results I got. They said after an audit at the end of the fiscal year of 2024. Like I'm just trying to Harvard is more liquid than most very successful businesses. I mean, they're you know what that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Making if anybody can weather the storm for a few years and stand up to Trump, it is absolutely Harvard. It's not like they're hurting for revenue, making it the largest university endowment in the world. This substantial endowment supports the university's operations, including faculty salaries, financial aid, and research initiatives. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. And they make, like, understand, like, they'll fund research and say, okay, like, we will fund your research, your PhD research, whatever you patent, whatever you copyright, like, like Harvard will have a stake in that. It's through research and donations from very rich people, all sorts of things. So yeah, just understand Harvard's not a hurtin'. And like, I'm not exactly sure what the Columbia endowment is, but it's nowhere near Harvard's. Like Columbia's I mean, don't get me wrong, these schools have money, but Harvard's endowment is like, it's like obscene. So I'm very happy to see this news, because if anyone is going to stand up to Trump, they can financially weather many years without money. Let's see. Federal officials said Harvard must enact merit-based reform in hiring and admissions. Oh, here we go. Harvard called the demands unlawful. You think? I mean, is anything lawful that's happening anymore? I can't even, we'll get into it, but like, fewer things are lawful than fewer things are lawful than are unlawful anymore that Trump does. We are completely outside of the law. We are in absolute lawlessness. Harvard University said on Monday that it had rejected policy changes requested by the Trump administration. This is a private university that would have placed unprecedented demands on the institution. Oh my God, I'm sure he wants to hire MAGA people. Can you imagine? You have to be able to think logically, critically. You have to have a brain to teach at university. He'd probably like to install like literal bumps on a log. A letter to Harvard from the Trump administration on Friday. And notice this, I was talking about, Fax and I were discussing this on Sunday. This is something that also happened in 1930s Germany. Like on Friday night, everyone would be home with their families and Trump would do all these things in secret. We had many things on Friday night. They just were like, oh, let's fire off a few unlawful letters. Let's give breaks to Tim Apple and the rest of the billionaires that don't want to pay Chinese the tariffs on electronics. Let's annex a bunch of land for the military and get around the Posse Comitatus Act. So many things happen on Friday nights. They just slip it on in there while everyone's with their families and are hoping no one will notice. Well, I have noticed. A letter to Harvard from the Trump administration on Friday demanded that the university reduce the power of students. Oh, you mean the people paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to go there? And faculty members over the university's affairs. Report foreign students who commit conduct violations immediately to federal authorities. Oh, the Gestapo. They want to bring the MAGA Gestapo to Harvard and bring in here we go. Here comes Kristi Noem. And bring in an outside party to ensure that each academic department is viewpoint diverse, meaning let's not teach people how to critically think and oppose authoritarianism. Let's bring in some MAGA weirdos to teach people how to stop thinking. I mean, now I can see why I didn't know I thought this was just maybe about more compliance on the same old stuff. I didn't even read this letter. No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, or public universities. What are you talking about? Whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue, said Alan Garber, Harvard's president, in a statement to the university on Monday. This is fascism. This is authoritarianism. If you're in the Discord, which by the way, if not, please link in my bio, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok right now, Click on the link in my link tree to join the Discord, copy and paste it into a browser because for some reason the links haven't been working, even though I update them like once a week. If the link doesn't work, just copy it and paste it into a browser and join the Discord. And let me just get I'm going to read my actual. I was sending a message to everyone. Oh man, I love that everyone was writing so much stuff. Did I go past it or did we write so many things? Oh no, I went past it. I need to read some of these. 10, 11. Yeah. Here we go. That's 607. Unless something massively changes with Congress and the Supreme Court, then democracy in this country is dead. I'm not being hyperbolic, just stating a fact. Call and put pressure on every Congress member in your state like the future of our democracy depends on it. Something has to give now. I mean, this is the position we are in. He is outwardly saying, I'm taking over schools, private universities that should not be beholden to him. I don't believe public universities should either. He's dismantled the Department of Education. There is no level of lawlessness that Trump will not reach and no amount of delusional cover-up that MAGA will not engage in to protect this man. Keep tapping the screen. Oh, we're almost at 25K. Tap, tap, tap. We're a little behind on the tapping, but we can do it. Also, all of my research relies on your tips and donations. This is my Cash App and Venmo. And if you want, in case you're new and want to write a message in there or question, just write it in the subject line. I think not more than like 140, 150 characters, because otherwise it cuts off. And I'll read or answer any questions. Sorry, if I seem like I have a lot of energy, it's anxiety. I just cannot believe what's going on. No government, okay, I read that. Lawyers for Harvard said in response to the administration's letter that the university is, quote, is not prepared to agree to the demands that go beyond the lawful authority of this or any administration. Well, you guys already caved several times, actually, Harvard. Let's all just be honest about it. I think, how many times have they already folded like lawn chairs? Didn't they replace their president? I mean, we made it to the tap goal. Great job. It's already happened. And now, but hey, this is what, I mean, that's why I sent that message in the Discord. We resist now, or, we resist later, but let's take a stance now. I mean, everything that is happening, every erosion of our rights will affect us later. We'll never have more power than we have right now. Every single day that goes by, we are losing rights, we are losing power, we are losing consensus, we are losing, people to delusional propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation. We have to take a stand now. So I'm glad that Harvard is. The Trump administration said in March that it was examining, oh yes, I remember this part, about $256 million in federal contracts for Harvard. And an additional, which, by the way, is legally appropriated money by Congress. Legally appropriated. So this is impoundment. We are past the 45 legal days of impoundment. Trump is in violation of the Constitution. An additional $8.7 billion in what it described as multi-year grant commitments. The announcement went on to suggest that Harvard had not done enough to curb anti-Semitism on campus. Oh, this kind of goes into, this goes with one of my lines of logic today. Yeah. And these crackdowns, like the disappearance of students, the revoking of student visas and disappearing them off the street. I mean, I think this all is related to the fact that they are losing the battle with public sentiment, right? Like they fear that if they lose the children on college campuses, if you don't know, historically throughout time, dissent, opposition, civil disobedience has been birthed and originated on college campuses. And this is why I believe that Trump is so focused on stamping it out on college campuses, is to to not allow it to happen, right? The civil rights movement was birthed around civil rights leaders congealing, protesting, and committing civil or acts of civil disobedience. I mean, not saying it didn't occur off campus, but this is how, allies were formed and people were mobilized. And Trump is essentially saying, if you even have an opinion, I will get rid of you. And I'll show you what I mean by that. I was talking about this on Faxes Live and people were like, oh, can you send me the story? I don't have a story. I just have a clip. So let me pull it up, but it will make sense. This is in relation to student visas being revoked and students being grabbed off the street and disappeared. Okay, presentation closed. Reopening. It's gonna be one of these days. But yeah, so again, and I'll show you. This is the DHS program that is disappearing students. So my advice is, if you happen to be here, and I know one woman or girl in particular, not to say that you're definitely a woman, but when I think of students in college and I think of when I was in college, I just want to protect you. I think of how young I was and how naive. So that's why I say girl, but it makes me think of one woman in particular who's very intelligent, who I know is on a student visa and needs to be protected. So this will be helppful information. You might need to think like, do I need to scrub my social media or is it too late? Oh, why is it not? Here we go. Okay. And I'll show you where this came from after, and I'll try to find it and send it to everyone because I have not seen a ton of reporting on this. This report is from MSNBC. Again, I found it on X. Someone reposted it on X.
There's a new task force that's been just recently stood up with inside DHS. And what they're doing is they're going through all of the social media of the foreign students in the United States. And there's over 1.5 million who are on foreign student visas at this moment, to be able to scrub social media for anyone who might be a U.S. bound traveler or immigrant, to see if they might have a terror tie. It was supposed to be specifically screening for any kind of national security threat. But now they're using those same tools to look through and see if they may have posted anything that they might deem anti-Semitic. So as we understand it, this team gets together, they review everything with this software, they then would flag it to USCIS, take it to the State Department. I know this is all very bureaucratic, but then they tell ICE that the visa has been revoked and they go and arrest that person. The reason that bureaucratic process matters is that I'm hearing from sources that previously a lot of this investigative work would have been done in the field. And so that more than 30 ICE field offices and HSI, Homeland Security Investigation field offices, would be able to do the work themselves. If they had a problem with someone in their community,
if you're wondering what my air quotes about, they're not looking for anti-Semitism. We know they're just any brown person, and not to say you can't be white, because I've heard there's Ukrainian students, like Trump was saying, there's bad people from Europe too, right? Anybody, they are scouring social media, and please understand, they are doing it to social media creators as well. I've talked about this briefly and I'm not going to get into it online, but if you don't think you're on the list, if you are a social media creator or activist, I would argue differently. And I've seen a lot of evidence to the contrary. There are both government agencies like this Department, Homeland Security, and then third-party wacko activist MAGA groups that are flagging people for the content they post. So I think it's important to be cognizant of that and understand, like I said, I don't have dependents and I basically have nothing to lose, but that's something everyone needs to weigh within themselves.
They could do that. The people on the ground making these arrests would know why someone's visa had been revoked, would know why they were making this arrest. Now they're feeling like these are decisions being made in an ivory tower, and the men on the ground who we've seen arresting students may not actually have the answers about why this is being done. And so there's some concern there from the people who are having to execute these arrests that they're not getting all of the information. One more thing I'll say, Willie, is that there's a man now who's the chief of staff of ICE, John Feary. And if you look back at what he wrote for the Center for Immigration Studies before he came into this job, there were dozens of posts really that talked about problems with the student exchange visitor program and how he really wanted to look at issues of fraud in that program. And so this seems to be a continuation of really that bugaboo for him to try to focus specifically on foreign students, Willie.
So again, if you are on a student visa, know that, and don't listen. This is not about if you've committed a crime or if you're true, like dangerous anti-Semite. It has nothing to do with that. If you've expressed any pro-Palestinian sentiment, anti-Trump sentiment, respect for the Constitution, the rule of law, if you live in reality where you understand that Trump is pathologically lying on a consistent basis, you could be, and you have expressed that outwardly online, I think you need to be cognizant of that and consider taking precautions to protect yourself. I mean, and there's no warning, right? Like they're saying they're doing this in secret, and then they're just informing universities like they did in Arizona one day. Here's 12 visas that have been revoked. There's no advanced warning. And then if they can, they snatch you off the street. Some of the worst. They say Rumesa owes to, when I mean the worst, I mean innocent people they are lying about. And we'll get to many of those people, but they say Rumesa Ozturk, they say, is a violent, scary dissident who has been protesting on campuses. And I will present evidence today to the absolute contrary, that she has in fact there is no evidence. And the State Department has said that they have found no evidence that she has ever even opposed the U.S. government, attended a protest in any way. Her only crime is co-authoring with three people co-authored, and I want to be clear, not an article, a factual article, an opinion piece. An opinion piece is her only crime. She has been languishing in a prison in Louisiana, and according to Stephen Miller, she will be deported. And I have so many things to show you guys. So on that note, I think what I want to do is just I want to go through that right now. There's a couple articles that came out over the weekend that were great. One is a Washington Post exclusive, and I'll say this, it doesn't matter where the journalism comes from. Like, I don't necessarily love Steve Bezos, but there's some great investigative reporters doing good work at the Washington Post. Same thing with the New York Times. So, that's what I want to say. And MAGA, you need to think about this too. Stop being like, oh, it came from insert publication here. It doesn't matter. I don't care if Newsmax starts doing investigative journalism. When I see it and I go and I say, oh, this is from a secondary source, and then I search for primary sources to confirm the information and it's true, then it's good reporting, right? I don't care where information comes from at this point, but you need to verify it, right? Media journalism is a secondary source, so then you look to verify, are other outlets reporting on it? Can I find a primary source to support this idea? That is how you verify information. You don't discount reporting just based on Trump told me anything that came from here, I'm not allowed to listen to. That's just some friendly advice, MAGA. I know you won't take it, but just saying. Okay, sorry, I'm just making sure I'm getting to... Oh my God, this is so many scary things to talk about. Okay. Wait, where's the Washington? Here it is. So again, you can screenshot this. It's in today's outline. This is a Washington Post exclusive that came out yesterday. No evidence linking Tufts student to anti-Semitism or T-ism, State Department office found. This is Trump's own administration that is trying to build a case against her, because the way they were trying to charge and deport her, they would have to have evidence. And they cannot find any. So let me just read here. I think this one's pretty important. Days before massed immigration and customs enforcement agents detained Tufts University student Rumesa Ozturk to deport her, the State Department determined that the Trump administration had not produced, and the State Department is what Marco Rubio oversees as the Secretary of State, had not produced any evidence showing that she engaged in anti-Semitic activities or made public statements supporting a theist organization as the government has alleged. The finding, contained in a March memo that was described to the Washington Post, said Secretary of State Marco Rubio did not have sufficient grounds for revoking Ozturk's visa under an authority empowering the top U.S. diplomat to safeguard the foreign policy interests of the United States. So, surprise, this is why the media and investigative journalism is so important. When we are dealing with, like I said, it's many lies. It is rare when they are not lying. We know from actual documents that the Washington Post reviewed that they had no evidence. The memo, written by an office within the State Department, raises doubts about the public accusations made by the Trump administration as it has sought to justify Ozturk's deportation. The Department of Homeland Security has said Ozturk engaged in activities, quote, in support of Hamas. We know who they are, but neither that agency nor U.S. prosecutors provided evidence for that claim because there isn't any. And Mahmoud Khalil has done nothing but have an opinion, but at least he's stood his feet at a protest. When I say there's no evidence of anything, I reviewed so many interviews with friends, teachers. This was an introvert, by all accounts, who rarely left her dorm or wherever, her living quarters, who was working on her PhD. She has no time to do anything but work on her PhD and was not even extroverted. People were like, we couldn't even get her to hang out with us, go to lunch, let alone, you're saying she was, involved in some tea group activities. This is ridiculous. She's a 30-year-old doctoral student from Turkey, was targeted by the government for co-writing an op-ed last year in the Tufts student newspaper, criticizing, and she wasn't even criticizing Trump, just to be clear. I read it. She's criticizing Tufts University for their response to the Israel-Gaza war. That's what it was. It's not like she's it's not directed even at the Trump administration. A hearing in Ozturk's case is scheduled for Monday in federal court in Vermont. Her lawyers say her possible deportation would violate the United States founding principles of freedom of speech. Absolutely. Absolutely it does. You're saying, and MAGA, you don't know because your brains don't work so good anymore or ever. But one of the industries, if we're talking about our wallets, that we pretty much dominate is universities, higher education. People come to America and spend exorbitant amounts of money to be educated here and to get the pedigree of a university degree from America. So I just want to be clear. This is not, we should be very concerned. So many constitutional amendments are being violated. But in addition, we are also just, again, killing off our economy, contracting it. The damage that all of this is doing. I don't know. I don't think I included in this, but maybe I'll include it tomorrow. I was listening to economists just talk about the damage to university, the economy around students coming to be educated at American universities. Tourism is all but dead, which I find hilarious. Trump is a resident of Florida. One of their number one economic resources is tourism, and he's grinding it to a halt. He is bankrupting the economy in which he resides and the state in which he resides. And then also they obviously heavily rely on immigrant labor, both for tourism and work in hotels, but also for agriculture. And he is grinding it to an absolute halt. Oh, Amos, I'm not sure if you're confused or lost, but this is not a place to spam the chat or say unintelligent things. I will just block you. That's just your fair warning. If you bother me, I just will eject you. This is not like usual where people just let you annoy people. Oh, you think it's funny? Amos, who can't find his way out of a paper bag, thinks it's funny. Bye, Amos. Nobody will miss you. And if you come back from another account, we will block that one too. This is a place for learned people whose brains work. We don't have time for any of it, especially today. The sense of urgency I feel today is extreme, to say the least. When asked about the memo, the State Department said, "We do not comment on ongoing or pending litigation." So and I want to find, there's one more part I need to read of this. Yes, here we go. This is the part that matters, or it all matters, but you know what I'm saying. What? I don't know who Liam is, but hopefully I didn't block a friendly, but if not, whatever. DHS originally recommended the revocation of Ozturk's visa under an authority in the Immigration and Nationality Act that allows for deportation of a foreigner if the Secretary of State, thank you for the gift, has reasonable grounds to believe the person's presence or activities has, quote, adverse policy consequence for the United States, end quote. Right? This is how Marco is getting rid of Mahmoud Khalil, according to a copy of a separate memo revealed by the Post and sent by the DHS to the State Department before her detention last month. This is an innocent PhD student trapped in an ungodly prison in Louisiana. Quote, Ozturk engaged in anti-Israel activism. Yeah, no evidence of that. In the wake of the H Group T attacks on Israelis on October 7, 2023, says the memo. Specifically, Watson's memo says Ozturk, quote, co-authored an op-ed article, end quote, that called for Tufts to, quote, disclose its investments and divest from companies with direct or indirect ties to Israel. Can you imagine? So just to be clear, she in no way affected the American government. And many people have said this stuff. I know I need to update my goals. Thank you guys for reminding me. All she did was say, hey, if you have investments, if you're using university money to invest in companies that are profiting off the G side in Palestine, maybe you need to think about that, take a moment and consciously and ethically review that. That was what other more peaceful way is there to protest? Period. There isn't one. This is the most peaceful, civil way saying, hey, Tufts University, we're all paying you hundreds of thousands in tuition, and we'd like you to look ethically at where you're investing and make sure none of the companies support G-side. That's it. And this was a nationwide, this was the most peaceful of the Palestinian protests. This was a nationwide thing that was going on. And again, never attended a protest, never made any demands, co-authored an opinion piece in a newspaper, and has been languishing away in a prison in Louisiana as a result. And I want to get to the part where they have to change how they're prosecuting her because they have no evidence. That's the most important part of this. After receiving the recommendation from the DHS, the State Department, can we all keep tapping the screen? Thank you guys for getting to 50K. We're almost to 75K. You all are absolutely amazing. And I so appreciate your fingers. Words you should never say. The State Department found that while Ozturk had protested Tufts' relationship with Israel, neither DHS nor ICE nor Homeland Security investigations produced any evidence showing that Ozturk has engaged in anti-Semitic activity or made any public statements indicating support for a T organization, according to U.S. government employees briefed on the State Department's memo. The memo also said that a search of U.S. government databases on Ozturk did not produce any T-ism-related information about her. Shocking. She's just a random, innocent person. As a result of the lack of evidence, would they let her go? Of course not. The department said she could be deported using different authority under the Immigration and Nationality Act that allows for the revocation of a visa at the Secretary of State's discretion. They literally said, oh, we have no evidence against this woman. She's done absolutely nothing wrong, and we know that. So we need to switch the way we're going to deport her and just say, Marco Rubio says. This is an innocent 30-year-old woman who was trying to get a PhD. Period. They admit they didn't have any proof, so they said, oh, we got to change the paperwork and how we're deporting her and just say, the Secretary of State says. This is America. This is authoritarian fascism, period. Point blank. And understand, either we take a stand now, and nobody, I'm going to say it slower for you because you're not going to, I know MAGA, in case any of you are in here, I have to just repeat it over and over and use small words. Yes. So contrary to your personal beliefs and the lies that Donald Trump is constantly telling, anybody whose feet are on U.S. soil has the right to due process, has the right to defend themselves in a court of law. Even under the ruling that the Supreme Court, which, I mean, we'll get to that. We're completely outside reality now on that. But even the Supreme Court ruling, that the 5-4 ruling said, due process is required. Nobody can be deported, even under the Alien Enemies Act, which this doesn't apply to her. But even then, without time to defend themselves in court. Why now, Maggie, let me help you because I know you can't do it. You're lost. You're thinking brown people bad, need to get them out. I know how your minds work. Right? Let me help you. If you were going to Cancun, the one time you've ever left the country, still don't have a passport, somehow just got there with a license, I know, and you were staying in that 1-star all-inclusive resort that you could afford, if you got too intoxicated and acted a fool and they just snatched you off the street, would you like to be mailed to Ecuador and kept in a labor camp and just said, nope, that person did something they said something we don't like. They're an enemy of the state. The Secretary of State of Mexico said that they're a criminal. No, of course you wouldn't like that. You were just on vacation. You didn't do anything wrong. That's why you would have due process. Anyone on American soil, if you're on vacation, if you're here illegally, if you were born here, if you are a legal permanent resident, if you're on a student visa, if your feet are on American soil, you have the right to something called due process. Period. Legal analysts say a key difference between these two authorities at Rubio's disposal is that the original one requires what? A rationale and explanation and evidence. But the authority ultimately used for Ozturk's deportation does not. It's just Marco Rubio says. And we'll get into how this applies to American citizens. Trump is now openly saying he's going to do this to American citizens. And I've been thinking a lot about how I approach this, MAGA, when I speak to you. And I need to be very clear. And I actually think there's a high percentage chance some of you have committed crimes. Let me help you. We've all committed crimes. Every single one of us. We just haven't been prosecuted for us, right? We all take risks. We've all done some things that are technically illegal, probably done things you didn't even know were illegal, right? We should never, without due process, deport anyone, including, and most importantly, criminals. This is just the Overton window moving. This is how it's the starting justification. And we know, thanks to 60 Minutes, 75% of the people deported to El Salvador had no criminal records. Trump today, and we'll get to these clips, is yelling they were all criminals. Absolutely, they're not. The vast majority are not, right? Again, even if you are, you have the right to due process. He's whispering in Bukele's ear today, the next are the homegrowns. That's us. Use your brain. This is textbook fascism. Build five more structures. The next to go are the homegrowns. Who do you think the homegrowns are? Who do you think? Do you think it stops at brown people? I can tell you it's already not. There are student visas being revoked of European students. So if you think, oh, I'm white enough, I promise you that's not the case. Eventually, it's all of us. If you think, oh, I'm MAGA, not me. No, I have news for you. You're not. You are in the same life preserver as the rest of us. Unless you have extreme wealth, the way this society is being ordered now, right? If you have money, you're not a criminal. Why? We've seen it over and over. You can buy your way out of court. You can buy yourself a pardon. If you have the money, you'll never do anything wrong. You'll never commit a crime. You'll never be tried for a crime. You'll never be convicted of a crime. If you happen to have made the tragic mistake of being middle or lower class, those rules don't apply to you. You can't buy your way out of anything. Our crime is being poor. This is classism at its finest. Our literal crime is not being obscenely wealthy. If you have money, you have a voice. If you have money, you have value. Yes, we just made it to 75K. I'm upping the tap goal to 100,000. Thank you guys so much for your support. Oh, I just saw this. Kelly, thank you so much for the $20. For my favorite creator, thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. You don't know what it means to me. And thanks for allowing me and helping me to do a job that actually means something. This is a pleasure. Let me just refresh my throat. Okay. Now, I have so many. I'm trying to think of give me 1 second. I just want to make sure I'm following a clear line of logic. Oh, let me show you one more article that's important. Oh, and this is Rumesa Ostert. Ooh, getting the criminals out, huh? The State Department themselves did an investigation and said there's nothing they can even present in court. She's done absolutely nothing. Never went to a protest, did nothing anti-Semitic, nothing they originally lied about on TV. Just a 30-year-old getting a PhD, introvert who barely came out of her room, getting a PhD. That was snatched off the street and is being called some sort of criminal mastermind and is trapped in Louisiana. Now, this is a ProPublica article. I talk about ProPublica a lot. It's made up of a lot of Pulitzer Prize winning journalists. It's also is a nonprofit. So I highly suggest looking for independent sources of media that are not for-profit companies. Now, I'm not saying no good journalism can come from a for-profit publication or media source. It can. It does. That Washington Post exclusive, I think, is great. But I think when you find independent media sources that aren't beholden to shareholders, you have a lot better chance of things being more accurate, right? And ProPublica, like Ginger Rogers, if you don't know, I highly suggest looking up who she is. She's a Pulitzer, I believe, prize-winning former New York Times journalist. She's one of the ones that did this amazing piece that exposed the Zeta cartel, risked life and limb to do it. She runs all of the investigative journalists. ProPublica is an amazing publication doing amazing work. And I would suggest subscribing to me first. But if that's what I want to say, when we are thinking, right, because we talked about not everyone can quit their jobs to protest 24 hours a day. I have the pleasure, not pleasure, but what am I trying to say? Privilege. Sorry, not pleasure, privilege. I love children. I don't have dependents, right? I don't have a family that is depending on me to raise them and take care of them. So if you're in that situation, it's I can't go full Antifa and be in the streets. That's still great. Our movement needs people who are generating capital. And when you're thinking, okay, who can I subscribe to? Creators that are making a difference and presenting good information. Subscribe to independent publications that are nonprofits, that aren't beholden to shareholders, right? Don't subscribe to the Washington Post or the New York Times, that these are for-profit companies. And that's what I would suggest. The Guardian is another one doing good work. Oh, and here's just another example, and I have so many of these today. Look at this dangerous criminal here. She worked in a Harvard lab to reverse aging until ICE jailed her. And I don't even have more information. I just want to show you this. This is just a random, another one. President Trump's immigration crackdown ensnared Ksenia, I'm probably butchered it, Petrova, a scientist who fled Russia. So now Trump's helping Putin corral dissidents that fled Russia after protesting its invasion of Ukraine. She made it safely to the United States, and Trump has her and probably is going to deport her back to Russia. I wonder how this story will end. Keep tapping the screen. We are tapping very slowly. Keep tap, share the live. Everyone share the live with 10 people also. I have so many important things to talk about today, and I want to make sure as many people as possible happen to hear it. Before we get to the insane thing that just happened today with Bukele, I just want to make sure I go in the best order possible. Let me look. So again, okay, yeah, this is what I'm going to go to first, and I think this is important. So I want to talk about, this is all on the topic of immigration, same line of logic, but the way in which Trump, again, this was one of his Friday night secret things, right? Along with that letter to Harvard, he did this on Friday night in secret, military mission for sealing the southern border of the United States and repelling invasions. This is a direct violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. What is that and why should you care? Oh, this is the literal step before martial law. This is the violation before he declares, uses the Insurrection Act and declares martial law. And we have now crossed that Rubicon and are there. Trump on Friday has used this executive order to annex a bunch of federal lands and give it to the military. And you're kind of like, okay, how does that affect me? Let me get into that I think I took a screenshot of her profile. Yes, she's amazing. This is the co-director of the Liberty and National Security Program. I love the Brennan Center for Justice. If you don't, it's a great, amazing think tank, great brains, great crime data. If you're not familiar with the Brennan Center for Justice, 10 of 10 recommend. So again, this is Elizabeth. I'm just going to Goitin. So that's who's made this thread. And this is the most amazing, coherent explanation of this that I've seen. And I've read many articles and she just nails it. Like we could read long ass articles or just listen to a woman who's a genius. Isn't that always the way? So what's this new executive order directing the Defense Department to take over huge swaths of public land on the border? Simple. It's yet another abuse of emergency powers. This one seemingly designed to make an end run around the Posse Comitatus Act. Listing all of Trump's abuses of emergency powers, because that's all this is, right? By declaring a state of emergency or national emergency, he's granting himself extrajudicial powers. And Congress, because they have no spines, that's why I said, unless immediately the Supreme Court and Congress grow a spine and start passing and enforcing laws to stop this man, democracy is over. I mean, it's past tense at this point. There is no democracy. It's just a matter of like, we're all in a line in a stack rank, and when do they come for you? When are you disappeared? Right? I mean, that's quite literally the situation we're in. And can you stay alive long enough in whatever labor or prison camp you go to survive possibly being liberated from it? Which I'd say at this point, and with the strength of the U.S. military, I wouldn't bet that that's going to come. So that's why I'm suggesting when I say call your Congress people like your life depends on it, I truly mean call your Congress people like your life depends upon it. I'm just making sure. If you're not following me, by the way, on TikTok, on Twitch, or subscribing on YouTube, please do. I would highly, highly appreciate it. I need to update my gift goal. Thank you. I feel like all my goals are, I'm going to update it right now. Thank you guys for reminding me. It's very helpful because I have so much information in my head that It really does help me when you remind me in the comments. Let me just pin it really quick and then we will continue on because this is one of the best threads ever. And like I said, I read Wall Street Journal articles, New York Times articles. This is the best way to learn about. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gift, Dolphin. You're the best. Listing all of Trump's abuses of emergency powers thus far would make this thread far too long. Go pin. I thought I did pin it. Okay, there we go. Far too long. But the country is still reeling from the latest one. Emergency tariffs imposed on every country in the world. Yes, that is a violation of powers, right? And this is something Congress can change this. That's why I say, you want your 401k stabilized? You want to recover some of it? We need to pressure Congress, including islands inhabited primarily by penguins. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. And then there's the abuse of the Alien Enemies Act, which we're going to get into later. A law that implies only during an armed attack by a foreign nation or government to stealthily deport 137 Venezuelans, which I think there's more now, 75% of whom have no criminal record, as we know from the 60 Minutes investigation whatsoever, which, by the way, Trump violated the First Amendment and is now trying to get someone in the Justice Department to investigate CBS and 60 Minutes for 2 weeks in a row reporting the truth. That's what reporting the truth gets you now. Now, let me help you, MAGA. If you are logically consistent, then you will oppose Trump, right? If you care about the First Amendment, it's not only about your right to spread, I don't know, COVID misinformation or anti-Semitic dogma. It is about everyone's right, right? The First Amendment is about stopping the government from limiting speech. If you are logically consistent, you would no longer support Donald Trump for trying to chill free speech. Okay, now let's get into it. But let's talk about this newest one. Trump wants to step up the use of federal troops at the border who are currently providing logistical support to Department of Homeland Security, but using them to arrest or detain migrants would be illegal under the Posse Comitatus Act. What is that? That means you cannot raise the U.S. military on American soil and turn it on its citizens. It's to stop the rise of coups, of government coups, of fascist takeovers, what we are literally seeing right now. The Posse Comitatus Act prohibits federal troops from enforcing domestic law unless there's a statute that allows it. It's a critical check on presidential power. For an obvious reason, an army turned inward can quickly become an instrument of tyranny, a lesson we are now learning. One way around the Posse Comitatus Act is the Insurrection Act. That's what I said, and that's the next step, which allows the president to deploy troops to quell civil unrest or enforce the law in a crisis. Trump has indicated that he might invoke the Insurrection Act. Yeah, and very soon. But in the meantime, he appears to be trying a different approach. There's a little known loophole, which that's what this is all about, or these rare loopholes that when we tried to say, hey, there's some very concerning things in Project 2025, or the Heritage Foundation is saying this, that they said, oh, liberals are so hyperbolic. What are they talking about? They just make stuff up. No. This is reality. There's a little known loophole in the Posse Comitatus Act called, quote, the military purpose doctrine. And you can look this up. Basically, if the military's action have a primarily military purpose, they don't violate the Posse Comitatus Act, even if they have an incidental law enforcement benefit. Let me give you an example. The quintessential example of the military purpose doctrine is when the military arrests someone who has come onto a military base without authorization and holds that person until civilian law enforcement can arrive. The purpose of the arrest and temporary detention in that scenario isn't primarily law enforcement. It's to protect the base, the soldiers, and any classified information or material that the person could otherwise access. So the administration is now planning to turn literally hundreds of miles of the border into a military installation by invoking an emergency power that allows federal lands to be transferred to the Department of Defense. That way, when migrants try to cross the borderlands, and get this, because they have to, this is happening in Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. And if you understand how migration patterns work, they will have to cross over this land that is now, quote unquote, a military base. When migrants try to cross the border on those lands, they won't just be violating immigration law, which is a misdemeanor. They will be trespassing on a military installation, something that normally triggers the military purpose doctrine and sidelines posse comitatus. Like if I broke into a military base, right? They're going to detain me. The Posse Comitatus Act isn't the only law. Thank you so much for following. If you're not following me, please follow me and I'll update the tap goal. Thank you guys. Let's get to 150K. You guys are amazing. Keep tapping.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
The Posse Comitatus Act isn't the only law potentially being circumvented. Trump's order is also an end run around a law that requires, here comes spineless Congress again, congressional authorization for the Defense Department to take control of federal lands, except, quote, in time of war or national emergency. This is why on day one, Trump declared so many national emergencies, energy emergencies, an emergency at the southern border. Now you're seeing why. To give him extrajudicial powers. When I say the words extrajudicial, I mean outside the law. And what is Congress doing about this? Nothing. That's why I say every day, it should, whenever you can fit it in, it should be part of your routine to contact every representative in your state and let them know that anyone who doesn't have a spine and refuses to stop Trump from violating the Constitution ad nauseum and bankrupting our financial future will be removed from office. I mean, if there's an election, let's just hope for the best at this point. What's the emergency being invoked? Trump is relying on his January 20th, first day in office, proclamation of a national emergency at the southern border, in which he asserted that unlawful migration and illicit substance trafficking constituted an invasion, and that our southern border is overrun. None of this is true, right? And I'm talking about data-wise. I don't want to get the year wrong. June 2024 to December 2024, that is a 75% reduction in 6 months in encounters at the southern border. That's Joe Biden. Thanks, Joe Biden, right? So even before Trump entered office, which if you don't know this, I'm here to tell you right now, the highest encounters at the southern border was December 2023. So year over year, I mean, if it's almost statistically impossible, the reduction of encounters at the southern border. So even before Trump came into office, this was not a national emergency. Oh, and also furthermore, this is based on a very fact-checkable lie. There is no statistical correlation between immigration and crime, right? The number one driver of crime is what? Poverty. You know what? The last time crime was driven up in the United States was the pandemic, because everyone lost their jobs and I mean, that's the reality. And since 2022, crime, including a Democrat, I can't do it because I actually understand grammar as a second grade grammar teacher. This is me helping you, MAGA. It's not Democrat cities, okay? The adjective, when you are describing a noun, it's democratic, right? The noun is cities. I'm using democratic to describe the noun. Adjectives describe a noun, so it's democratic cities. Now, if I was using Democrat as a noun, a person, place, thing, or idea, then I would use the word Democrat. I know you will never get that nor understand it, but for the love of God, learn some second grade grammar. And so truly, This is based on it's an invasion. We're overrun with crime. That is a lie. There is no statistical correlation between immigration and crime. As a matter of fact, immigrants are 30% less likely to be incarcerated than white males in this country. And when we factor in black males, because they are subjected to extremely high disproportionate incarceration rates, immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated. And I'm quoting a Stanford economic policy study. Let me look. I don't want to say it wrong. The myth of immigration and crime. But let me just look it up and I'll send it to everyone because you know me, I don't like to say things. The myth of immigration. Yeah. I'm sorry. The mythical tie between immigration and crime. Why can I not hear? I'm going to just send. This is a Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research study, but there are many, many more. I mean, there are hundreds of studies confirming that there's no correlation between immigration and crime. As a matter of fact, you are actually safer. If you want to be safe, ladies, especially women, because, we are often the victims of crime, it's safer for you statistically in a neighborhood of immigrants. Which probably comes as no shock to women. We are, we're very interested in our safety. You are less likely to be the victim of a crime in a neighborhood of immigrants. And I just sent that study to everyone in the Discord. If you don't have your notifications set correctly, it's just in the general chat area. Again, you can join our Discord through the Linktree link in my bio. If it's not working, just copy and paste it in a browser and you will get there. Yeah. And this is not the only study. Many, many different studies confirm there's no tie between immigration and crime. So declaring an invasion and a crime, it's not real. And any crime, or not crime, I don't want to say crime, but any, invasion or whatever you want to call it that was going on has statistically, even before Trump was in office, been handled. And now, just to give you another idea, because I was looking up historically, because a lot of immigration depends on weather, and March is usually a high month. It starts getting warmer, but it's not hot yet, and a lot of people immigrate in the month of March. I was looking, the average encounters, and I'm not talking about rolling 2-week average like I usually speak. I'm talking in the entire month of March for like 2024 and 2020. If you look back, the average is around 155,000 encounters. There were 7,000, and I can't remember the exact number, but let's just say 7,500 in March 2025. This is a non-issue. This is not a thing. We're just now making up lies so Trump can turn the U.S. military on American citizens. No, thanks, Gump. You're the best. On March 2, Trump proudly posted on social media, quote, and think about this, Trump's telling on himself. Trump's telling the opposite story that he's telling now. On March 2nd, Trump proudly posted on social media that, quote, the invasion of our country is over. This week, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem bragged that unlawful border crossings, and she was doing it in the White House today with Bukele, unlawful border crossings are at their lowest level in decades. And I agree with her because, like I said, all of my beliefs and positions are data and fact driven. That's true. There is no invasion. It's non-existent. It had been handled in the last 6 months before Trump even got in office. This is not true. This is the, quote, emergency on which Trump is now relying, is raising the American military and going around the Posse Comitatus Act. And the military purpose doctrine, it only applies when the law enforcement benefit is incidental, not when the very purpose of the installation is to further involve the military in enforcing the laws against unlawful migration and illicit substance trafficking. So again, not a thing. The fact that the stated purpose of the military installation is to facilitate, quote, repelling an invasion doesn't change matters. Apprehending and removing migrants is a civilian law enforcement function. That's why Trump is trying to deputize police forces. Whatever rhetoric Trump may use, it is high time Congress and courts put an end to all of these power grabs. Immigration laws can and should be enforced through lawful means without abusing emergency powers, misappropriating wartime authorities, or trying to skirt the Posse Comitatus Act. This is reality. Right? Yes, and I agree. Chris, I agree that Chris says it really doesn't matter that Trump tells on himself. He'll still do it because nobody will stop him. Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be, oh my God, I've never seen that and I love it. Thank you. I don't want to be, this is not hyperbole. I'm just telling you guys the truth. When I say call your Congress people, I mean, unless Congress does something, what do we need? We need like 4 people in the House. Unless 4 Republicans grow a spine, 4 conservatives grow a spine, I don't know where we go from here. Trump does not care what the law says. There is no lie he will not tell. There's no misdirection. There's no misinformation. There's no propaganda. There's no disinformation he will not spread. There's no low he will not sink to. Period. That's the reality. And if we continue on this path without getting in the streets, protesting, forcing Congress to do something, forcing the Supreme Court to take action, I mean, the next step from here is the Insurrection Act, is invoking the Insurrection Act and is martial law. And at that point, we're in the same situation as Israel, who can't get rid of Netanyahu because they suspend elections. I mean, so now you see when I was like, oh, we all need to strike. And people are like, I can't stop working. Well, we don't need everyone to, but we need a critical mass of people. I mean, we can strike, which if you're interested in something like that, look up generalstrike.us. We only need 3.5% of the population to reach a critical mass. We can stop consuming, right? Think about consumerism. Never buy a new product. Buy a slightly older product. Buy a product directly from someone, right? On a marketplace. Don't buy new. Or, stopping consumption from certain companies. Or definitely we all need to, our full-time hobby now is civil disobedience, is protesting peacefully. That is our full-time personalities now. We have to, and I'm just saying this could be futile. No matter what we do, democracy could be over in this country. That's the reality. This is the decline of the American empire. And in order to consolidate power and shift the financial burden to the middle and lower classes, that's what we're watching. We're watching an oligarchy take and consolidate power and shift the financial burden of the decline of the empire onto the poor and middle classes. This has happened before. Oh, and this is, God, I don't want to be super depressing, but again, this is from this morning. This is Lo Marco, who could not stand up on his own 2 feet against Trump if his life depended on it. Last night, another 10 criminals from MS-13, just like they said the first and second times they were criminals from MS-13. And then upon investigation, it turned out 75% of them had no criminal record whatsoever. And even more of them they weren't sure about, just to be clear. Like, I know they just found another 19-year-old innocent kid that we'll get to. So again, they shipped 10 more people off to Sikot last night. Another 10 criminals from... Which, based on math, maybe 3 of them may have a criminal record based on precedent and investigation. So of the 10, maybe 3 of them have ever done something wrong. And Tren de Aragua foreign tea organizations arrived in El Salvador. The alliance. Let me help you with alliances. Like Trump says, I have nothing to do with this. I can't bring anyone back. We're in an alliance where we're paying to house criminals in another country. And now you're saying you have no power? It's absolutely ridiculous. The alliance between POTUS and President Bukele has become an example for security and prosperity in our hemisphere. An example of unconstitutional gross abuses. Yeah, I'll give you that, little Marco. Little Marco, by the way, is a Cuban. I mean, talk about selling out your people, your beliefs. It's amazing what he's become. And this is just some I just screenshotted the comments directly underneath this post. Oh, was he a citizen that was erroneously deported? Yeah, didn't think so. And these are people. Yeah, doesn't matter, bro, but thanks. That's MAGA. It does matter. It does matter. Any person whose feet are on U.S. soil that are deported without due process is eroding your rights to due process as a U.S. citizen. If you cannot figure that out, it doesn't make it not true. It means it's you. Up here, it's not everyone else who understands the Constitution and due process. It's you, MAGA. You don't understand. It's not, oh, it's just the Browns. No, you're eroding your own due process. Needs to be 100,000 at a time. You're never going to get them all out. They're coming through I forgot about this one. Look at this. This is another MAGA person. Needs to be 100,000 at a time. You're never going to get them all out. They're coming through the northern border at 100 times the rate you deport them. Things that certainly never happened for 1,000, Alex. This is what we're up against. Donald Trump and his propaganda. I mean, MAGA is convinced that brown people are just sneaking in this country in droves when literally the border has never been sealed off. We used to have 155,000 encounters on average in March. We have 7,500, or it might be a little less. I'm just not saying because I can't remember the exact number, but and just to help you, MAGA, because I know you're like, it should be 0. Thank you. I love these glasses. If I had them, I'd wear them to a rave. That was the old me. Now I just hang out at home. But let me help you, MAGA, because I know we can never lower instances of crime to 0, right? It's like whack-a-mole. We don't know when and where they're going to happen. We're not precogs in Minority Report. So that will never happen. All we can do is concentrate funds to lower the statistical prevalence of a crime. And I know you can't do math, but this is no longer an issue. For you guys, there's a whole other side to this argument, which is you guys were told that brown people are stealing from you. No, there's only the same group that's been stealing from all of us. Thank you for the hat. This entire time. We're almost to 150,000. Let's tap the screen. Keep tapping. Tap, tap, tap. I appreciate you guys so much. And I will update the gift goal because I think I need to. But yeah, if you understood math and the economy, which if there's one thing I've learned, it's that MAGA does not do math so good. But while you're all doing this and thinking, we're getting them out of here, yeah, all you're doing is harming yourself and your ability to retire. In 2023, these same undocumented immigrants paid $98 billion to help you retire. Money they'll never get back. Undocumented immigrants help our economy function, and they do pay taxes. They have ITIN numbers and pay taxes. They paid $98 billion into Social Security and Medicare that they'll never get a cent back from to help us all retire. We're having a little problem with our solvency of Social Security and Medicare, and you've just made the problem worse. And I could that's not the only part of it, right? Like I did statistical analysis. I took us through studies from the international, wait, hold on. I'm gonna make sure I get it right. The Peterson Institute of International Economics. Love them, right? All of this was modeled out in statistical analysis of if this happened, what would happen to our economy. So just know while you're like, thank God there's no brown, I'm getting rid of the brown people, I feel better. No, you are literally crashing your own financial future. It doesn't matter if you agree with me, you understand what I'm talking about. The math is still mathing and you are still bankrupting yourself in real time. That's the most fascinating thing to me about MAGA. We're all in a sinking life preserver together. You think you're on a team. What does Matt, USMC angry veteran, always say? Temporarily embarrassed millionaires? No, you're not. You're in the same life raft of the middle class and lower class sinking, being like, I'm special. No, you're not special. We're all being robbed by the same people. And it's not brown people. It's not black people. It's not indigenous people. It's not liberals. It's not trans people. It's not gay people. It's billionaires. The same people have been robbing you this entire time, and you can't figure it out. You truly believe any day now I'm going to make my millions and then I'll be hanging out with Jeff Bezos. Like, the delusions of grandeur. You are not temporarily embarrassed millionaires. If you don't make over $360,000 a year, you are getting a tax increase. You will be paying more in taxes. The only people who are getting a reduction in taxes are people that make $360,000 and over. Change my tap goal. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any other goals I need to change? Did I update the gift goal? I probably need to pin it. Did I pin the gift goal? No, I didn't. I can't see it. Okay, let's get to 200,000. We're doing a good job. Amazing. Appreciate your guys' support. Oh, and even more important, I feel like this is forever. I used to have 600 subscribers. We're back at 377 subscribers. The goal is set at 400. If you would like to subscribe, or you can buy subscriptions for someone else for a month or longer, please do. I'm trying to get back to 400 subscriptions. I feel like I say this every day because, like, subscriptions just expire. If they're bought for 1 month, they just expire. So if you would like to help me get subscribers, you are more than welcome. Oh, and sorry, I didn't have my email open. Thank you, DJ Leopardus. Love the name, by the way. Thank you for the $6 on Cash App. You are absolutely amazing. Oh, and my favorite Dutchman, Scott. Thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. All of the research I do, the people's receipts, this show is dependent on your guys' tips and donations. So I appreciate it so, so much. And by the way, I always thank Gumps because I also have an Amazon wish list in my link tree. If you hang out on Amazon, like I say, all the money, like basically I've showed people, but the Cash App and Venmo money I make, I basically just reinvest into my business. And like, the reason I say thank you to Gums is because she literally will buy me like shampoo or razors, and all that stuff also helps me like sustain myself while I work on this project. So if anyone's ever started a small business, or not just a small business, but a small business like this, it's not to make a lot of money, right? And even when you start a business, you don't make money. So anything helps. Like, you would just be surprised. And I'm so appreciative of any way that anyone has supported me. Okay, so again, and this is Aaron Reichlin Melnick, who I highly suggest. And I love that now, like, Toodle, you were citing Aaron Reichlin Melnick on Fax's show this morning. If you want to know anything in real time, if you're ever like, what's going on with Armando Abrego Garcia, this is the man to follow. This is the most brilliant immigration lawyer in the country, in my opinion, but in a lot of other people's opinions. He testifies in front of Congress once a month. He's at Reichlin Melnick on X, but he's on other platforms as well. But he's absolutely brilliant. And he is like, in real time, anything happening with immigration, you can understand the legality from him. Once again, this administration sends people to be imprisoned abroad, potentially for life, based not on any crime for which they were convicted, but on unproven allegations of gang membership with no due process. No authority in the United States law permits this. Nothing. Thank you. Candy corn is the coolest name, by the way. Love that. I used to go on candy corn binges. Now it sounds gross to me, but yeah, I used to be a little candy corn bandit around Halloween. And so someone's asking, doesn't this go, I don't want it to close. Doesn't this go against the Supreme Court ruling that they need to be given proper notice and a chance to appeal before they are deported to El Salvador? And he responds, I like that he also answers questions. For someone so brilliant, this guy's got time to talk to us plebeians, only for deportation under the Alien Enemies Act. If they had final orders of removal, it didn't violate the court order, although deporting Venezuelans there without a chance to seek protection under the Convention Against Torture might have violated a different court order. Oh, Farah, which beautiful name, by the way. Thank you for the $20. Felice, I really appreciate all the time and energy you put into researching and sharing this critical information with us. It's not only helpful, but it shows how committed you are to making sure we're all informed. God, I'm going to cry. Thank you. It means a lot. And that means a lot. And I think if there's one thing I learned in my childhood is knowledge is power. I would feel helpless and alone all the time when I was a kid. And I learned like books can take you anywhere. And the more I learned, the safer I felt, right? It's like a weapon. Arming yourself with knowledge, I think, is the most valuable thing we should be doing now. Look how little MAGA knows. Like, and I say this, I'm not saying this cruelly either. It's like our lives depend on this, right? Our lives depend on us educating ourselves. And I think, I mean, thank you, Angie, for subscribing. W. Angie. And the reason I say that is like, look at Black women. The most educated cross section in America is Black women. Now, why would you think that is? I mean, they're the most in danger. I think, like black women have created an extreme amount of upward mobility, knowledge, power. I mean, I feel like power is emanating out of Black women. I was showing this quote from, Letitia James. I was like, am I saying the wrong person? The AG from New York. Am I saying the right name or am I losing my mind? Is Letitia James the AG from New York? Just sorry, I have a lot of things going on in my head. Trump was attacking her again today. I was playing that amazing quote of her, like she was at a PAC meeting, the PAC that Al Sharpton runs, and she was just going after Trump. She's 3-0 in court against Trump. He cannot stand her. He cannot stand Jasmine Crockett. Oh, to which point? That's another thing I need to show you guys. While Tom Homan is defending all of this unconstitutional-ish, well, I'll get there. I have a couple more things. Again, he's attacking Jasmine Crockett. Why would Trump? Why would Tom Homan? Why would they waste time? If these are just, like they say, uneducated Black women that pose no threat to them, that are embarrassing, that have no idea what they're talking about, why would you spend so much energy attacking them? I mean, you tell me. Knowledge is power, and that makes people scary. I have these clips, and we'll get to it. Once I've given so much depressing information, we can't take it. I clipped the rally on Saturday that Bernie and AOC did. I mean, can I just say, and AOC was fabulous from the moment she entered Congress, but she is coming into her own in a way that is, you could tell how much it's bothering conservatives. They won't leave her alone. They won't stop talking about how incompetent she is. If someone's truly incompetent, you don't stay up at night insulting them, right? If someone is in no way a threat to you, if they're incompetent, if they're incapable of hurting you or affecting change in any way, you don't stay up all night talking about them. Like she's living rent free in your head because she's not incompetent. She's quite a genius who can't be bought. She accepts $0 from lobbyists. There's nothing more dangerous that a brown woman who is not for sale, I mean, that's power. Thank you so much. Who bought these subscriptions? I want to make sure I do not miss it. And I'm having trouble. Angie subscribe. Streganoni. Thank you. But who bought? Oh, dominated by dachshunds? Dominated by dachshunds? Is that? I would. Now that's probably a story for another time. Thank you. W dominated by dachshunds. And if I'm reading that wrong, thank you. Oh, that's you, Farah. Thank you so much, Farah, for the giveaway subs. W Farah. If you got a giveaway sub, W Farah in the chat. That's awesome. W dominated or Farah. Yeah. Oh, Rob R Baron 69 in the chat. If anyone is going to buy subs, he's a disabled veteran who's looking for one. I'm just throwing that out there. And I appreciate you being here all the time, Rob. Raise the roof. We've been hanging out since Kamala's election. Well, that she lost, but you know what I'm saying. Okay. Moving along, we have a lot of good stuff too. I mean, good as in unbelievably depressing, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, this is what I want to show you guys. And this is the posture and stance we need to take. Because I think I've been lax on this, but like I said, I do a lot of thinking and I thought about it. And I think I've positioned a lot of things wrong, right? Like, and this is how we all need to be. I do think people, or I don't think, oh wait, this is a little, I'm covering it up. I'm just going to drop this for a second. I don't think people who do have a criminal record should be disappeared to a Salvadorian prison either. And these are facts. I don't ever want to hear again, but, oh, it's okay for the criminals. Do you see the slippery slope we're on, how the Overton window is moving? It is not okay to send criminals to another country to languish away and be tortured in a labor camp. It is not okay. If you commit a crime on U.S. soil, you need to be tried in something we call due process, convicted by a jury of your peers, and housed in the United States, which is not great, but that is the rule of law. It is not acceptable. And I'm saying this to you, MAGA. If you're a felon, I don't want you taken anywhere. There is no reason. It is not okay for anyone to be removed from this country. If your feet are on U.S. soil, you get due process here in America. Thank you. Is it Pitchett? PTCHTT. Rob, you got a sub. Thank you so much for giving Rob a sub. Look, Rob, what a great Monday. Thank you. That was so kind. Thank you. But this is the posture we need to take. None of it is acceptable. Stop trying to move the Overton window. Stop trying to manipulate us and say, oh, but it was a dangerous criminal. Turns out none of these people 75% of them have never committed a crime. That's super weird. And by the way, I don't care about that. If they have, we have a justice system on U.S. soil. This is where due process happens. If someone commits a crime here, they are tried here now, period. We are no longer going to say, oh, but okay, 25% were criminals. Great. That's great news. Then they can have a trial on U.S. soil. And this is all designed, and we're going to get into the court rulings because this system, the logic, puzzle piece. You guys just can't hear it. Hold on. Okay, we're okay. Unless I missed it. Nope, we got it. So this is a system that will, like Trump said, I'm going to play you a clip in a second. He was whispering to Bukele, the next are the homegrowns. And I'm saying that for anyone with a criminal record here. I don't care if you're from far left to far right. All of us. I don't care what you've done. You face justice on U.S. soil. You are not removed to another country. None of us should be. Due process happens on U.S. soil, and that is what we need to say. Don't say, okay, just show us evidence of crimes. That's not what the point is anyways, but I don't care. That's great news that they've committed a crime. Now let's try them here. Homegrown, we'll get there. When he says the next are the homegrowns, he's saying this isn't about student visa people. This isn't about undocumented immigrants. He's saying, I'm going to send, he said it many times today. Bukele, the dictator who we're paying $6 million to house people in El Salvador who are innocent, is in the White House today. And Trump is saying, build 5 more prisons. Next is U.S. citizens. That is what he is saying. Who bought the subs? I missed it. Who bought these subs? Joe B1, you are absolutely the best. Joe B1, thank you so much for the subs. You are amazing as usual. So kind. Thank you for the support. And this is Aaron Reichlin-Melnick, immigration lawyer, was responding to this and saying, this is your daily reminder that the Trump administration has never offered even a single piece of legal justification for what they're doing in El Salvador. There is not a single law in the entire United States Code which authorizes paying other nations to imprison people. It's illegal. I do not care if you unalive someone. You can be tried on U.S. soil. Due process happens here. There's no excuse anymore. MAGA, I will protect you like I will protect myself, because an erosion of one of our rights is an erosion of all of our rights. And you have to understand that. I'm talking about people whose feet are on U.S. soil. We have to defend every single one of us like it's us, because that is what's coming up next. Trump is openly saying, build more prisons in El Salvador. I'm sending U.S. citizens there next. Thank you, MB Foster, for subscribing. W, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, we're at 398. Dreams do come true in horrible circumstances. And I've talked also, if you're looking for other resources to follow.
You know that paper is more sophisticated.
We made it. Who did this? Thank you, Babia X Major. Oh, I like that name. Babia times Major. That's actually really cool. D for subscribing. Amazing. This rarely happens to us in this live. If you're new, we rarely get to our subscription goal. I'm going to change it to 420. I mean, you can figure out why. What else do I need to change? How are we on taps? We're almost at 200K. Thank you guys so much for tapping. Did I miss a Zugai Brian? Amazing. Thank you for subscribing. I also like that name, and I like animals. Right, cancel. Sorry, I just want to make sure I don't need to update one more goal. Oh yeah, I need to update the gift goal like 6 hours ago. Doing it now. Thank you so much for the gift. Okay, updating gift goal. Sorry, I realize I talk so much. I get so passionate. I've showed people before, if you're new, if you understood what it's like in TikTok Studio, I'm not on my phone. Like, I have a million buttons and things to monitor. That's how I can do all this. It takes a lot. I have 7 computers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7 computer screens and 2 iPads. So just bear with me. And I just remembered what I was saying. If you're looking for resources outside of Aaron Reichlin Melnick, again, every day, every clip I show, the resources are in the live sources section in the Discord. Also, the replays, subscribe on YouTube. Just like my name is a girl has no name with 2 Z's on TikTok. Same on Twitch, same on Blue Sky, same on X, same on YouTube. All these replays post immediately on YouTube. So if you're ever like, oh, I want to like clip that, screen record that clip, that's another way you can get it on YouTube. And, join the Discord as well. Important. But this is Kyle Cheney, another genius. He is, I don't know if he's the head political affairs reporter for Politico, but I mean, just like Aaron Reichlin Melnick, any court stuff court related, he is always posting about it. The Trump administration says it has no updates. This was yesterday for Judge Zines about efforts to facilitate the return of Kilmore Abrego Garcia, reiterates that a judge in 2019 viewed him as a member of MS-13. Now, I'm only saying this just to preface like what we're about to get into. This man is not a member of MS-13. I'm just going to quickly give you a review of who Kilmar Abrego Garcia is. His story is this. His family was being harassed and extorted by a gang in El Salvador. And basically, they're trying to recruit the sons into the gang. His brother was being harassed. His mother had like a little pupusa stand in El Salvador. They were being extorted, harassed. They were saying, hey, we're going to hurt your brother if you don't join this gang. So in 2016, Kilmar Abrego Garcia fled. He fled, crossed the U.S. border in 2016 illegally, and then was never heard. Yes, 200K. I'll update that. And was never heard from again until 2019. He showed up in Prince George's County, Maryland, where he was outside of a Home Depot with I've read all these court documents, and what I assume is one of these people there. He was outside a Home Depot with 3 other brown folk looking for work, as they all just kind of stand out there. And I think one of them was probably a confidential informant, or in worst case wasn't, and they just got some random person to be like, he's a gang member. So I hope one of them was. Let me put it that way. But it's not specific. But they're standing outside looking for work at a Home Depot. A detective comes up. they're taken into custody, and there's a bond hearing, meaning whether or not, when you're waiting to see an immigration judge, you will wait outside of jail or inside of jail, right? There's a bond hearing. And just to be clear, if you don't know this, in immigration court, you have fewer rights. Right? Like it's different. US criminal court, you have more rights and more of a presumption of innocence, which you're probably thinking, what? No, we don't. Yeah. Well, imagine it's worse in immigration court. Okay. So you have kind of fewer rights and more of a presumption of you're guilty. So the only thing that ever happened was the judge at the bond hearing said, well, this informant said he was in a gang. Just to clarify, specifically, no one believed him. The guy said he was specifically in a gang in New York. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, by all accounts, has never entered the state of New York in his life. So that's why it was not believed. The only other evidence was that he had a Chicago Bulls jersey on. Okay. So then basically the judge just said, hey, someone said this, so you're just going to remain in custody until your day in court. So he remained in custody for a year and by all accounts was very traumatized by this. But he did see a real immigration judge who said, you have credibly testified. You and your witnesses have credibly testified. You would be in grave danger if returned to El Salvador. And specifically, and this is important, the ruling says not that he couldn't be deported. That's the irony of this. He could. Just the only place he could never be returned was where it was ruled he was in grave danger if he was returned, which is El Salvador. And that's why him being in Secot, where these gangs run this prison, is very dangerous. And we don't know what at this point has happened to him. And that's why there was a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling saying the federal government needed to facilitate, not effectuate, his return. Here, let's get to good. I don't want to say good stuff. That's gross. It's not good stuff. But I just want to get to some of just one part of legal jargon. This is a Politico article. Like again, Kyle Cheney, he writes for them. The Trump administration started saying this in court hearings on Friday and then reiterated it on Sunday that they had no intention of returning him. It has no duty to return a illegally deported man to the U.S. And the basis for that knowledge, and this is how Trump's going to disappear U.S. citizens, is that once somebody is outside of U.S. jurisdiction, you're no longer on U.S. soil where your feet stand on U.S. soil. You have the right to due process that no court, not federal court, not the Supreme Court, not a state's court, can effect or advise on foreign policy. They can't force another country to release someone. So that is essentially the government's position, despite the Supreme Court, thank you so much, saying bring him back. But in my opinion, the Supreme Court made that ruling specifically vague. We talked about this, and I played a clip of Rachel Maddow on Friday talking about this. Sotomayor wrote her own statement and attempted to clarify and saying, you need to bring this man back. But now we see that Trump never had any intent. I think Ben Macelis did a good job of kind of highlighting this. This is yesterday. He said, looks like Trump and Ben Macelis, by the way, that's the guy who runs Midas Touch. He is a lawyer. Looks like Trump and his DOJ are saying they intend to violate the Supreme Court and district court orders and not facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia by claiming he is now in the sole custody of El Salvador. Now, remember, Trump himself, Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, they're saying they have a partnership that involves the exchange of money to house prisoners. You're not in the sole. We didn't drop him off. We didn't deport him there. Our tax dollars are paying to keep them there. We absolutely can affect this person coming back. So just pointing that out before we get into the really awful stuff. And then yesterday late, after Friday saying we're not bringing him back. They doubled down late yesterday. The Trump admin doubles down on non-compliance. Today's status report again fails to provide. So the judge, the federal judge, is now demanding, I need hourly updates on what you're doing to facilitate the return of this man. And the update is effing nothing, right? They're basically saying we're not doing anything. Today's status report again fails to provide information about the steps they're taking to bring Mr. Abrego back and arguably violates her command that a declaration be made by someone with actual personal knowledge. Like the judge is, that's what the Supreme Court said. Go back to the federal judge and she needs to gather information on what's going on. But, you know, Trump is basically saying, I don't recognize the federal judiciary, which is an actual check and balance. And I love this, which, okay, Joanna, you know this. It's the guy you love. And last time I mispronounced his name, you came up here and corrected me. It's Toure. Am I saying it right? The Toure show? Just say yes or no. And then would you put his name in the comments? But I remember last time I was like, Tour. And you're like, what the F? Yeah. So this is a great video. Toure, and I'll show you his name because I think he's a great person to follow the more I see his videos. Here, I'll put his name up first. And then if you need to see it again at the end of the video, I'll show you. But this is the name. Last time I was like, Tour E-show. But I mean, that's how you spell it, but that's embarrassing. It's not. It's Toure show. Anyway, so he made a video about this. That's amazing. Oh, Joanna pinned it, by the way. So if you want to follow him, Joanna just pinned this is his TikTok account.
They don't want to bring back Kilmar Garcia, but the real reason is insane. They want to be able to deport anyone, citizens and non-citizens. Their whole thing is once you're out of the country, you're out of the jurisdiction of the courts. And then there's nothing they can do. So then, theoretically, anyone can be disappeared. Even if they make a mistake, you can't make me bring them back because they're not in our jurisdiction. It was Sonia Sotomayor, my favorite Supreme Court justice, who first pointed this out. She pointed out that the government's position is actually both citizens and non-citizens can be taken and deported, and once they're outside of the United States, then it is out of a judge's hands to be able to do anything about it. The Trump administration has made this argument over and over in court. It has never worked. One of the judges pointed out that we are paying El Salvador to take these people. Reuters found that we paid El Salvador $6 million to imprison 300 gang members. So if we have a problem with our service, perhaps we should try stopping payment. They don't want to bring him back because they want to be able to get rid of anybody they want.
Those are the facts. Don't you love his voice too? I mean, it's kind of weird, but I've realized I'd like to be delivered horrible news in a calming voice. Lehua, thank you for the super chat. And she said, instead of fighting, we are rubbernecking our demise. I could not agree more. Silence, right? I was going to say complicity, not complicity. In fact, the opposite, complacence. If we sit by while this happens, we lose everything. The time to stand is now. We have to. No more rubbernecking, no more, hey, like everyone else is doing something, I don't have to. We all have to do something. And I most likely again will be live with Matt, USMC Angry Veteran, tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern time. We had a pretty harsh conversation last week where we were talking about all of this stuff, the Insurrection Act, martial law, what we can all do. And, people are saying, well, what can we do? What can I do? What do you want us to do? And I was saying, as a teacher, and what I found for myself is what my skill set is, like I'm very good at synthesizing large amounts of information and putting it together. Like what I'm good at, maybe you're not good at, and what you're good at, I'm not good at. So what I encourage everyone is what you are really passionate about, the skills you have naturally, think about how can I turn that into action? Like that's what's unique this is also the teacher in me coming out. We all have these unique natural skill sets. Use those in the resistance. Like maybe you're a graphic designer, maybe you're a lawyer and can do some pro bono work. Like maybe you're an accountant and can do some accounting for a nonprofit or for a creator. My accountant I met when I was doing Lives with Jay, and she has been a lifesaver for me and helped me. Like I had to file a tax extension because my anxiety and depression isn't letting me fill out I was not going to make the 15th deadline, and she helped me file a tax extension yesterday. So there are ways you can support people that are resisting. We all have a skill set, and that's what I want to encourage everyone to think about is like, how can, what do I do? What are my skills? And how can I just use that? No one's asking you, don't become someone you're not. Take what you're good at and use that, right? Yeah, or we got to build platforms because institutions are failing. I mean, that too, and if you want to develop a new skill set, now's the time, right? Like diamonds are made under pressure. We have things are not great. I'm not going to lie to you, but also I promise you, now is the time to shine. You never know what you're capable of until you're forced to find out. So we are in a unique opportunity. Also, F the government and pay taxes. If billionaires then don't, then why should we? Oh, I know that's occurred to me. I mean, that's not where I'm going with this. I just have executive function paralysis right now due to ADHD, but that's occurred to me too. It's like, oh, we're all about to pay the federal government money. I actually don't owe money. I don't make money. So, just to be clear, I just don't want to fill out the spreadsheet I need to fill out. It's not like I don't make money. Anything I make, I just reinvest into the business. But yeah, no, I get it. And I said this yesterday. There's a couple, I've met a lot of great people on TikTok. And yeah, I've had some conversations with people wrestling with that who actually do make money and are like, hey, I'm about to hand this money to Trump, which he's going to use to then what? Degrade my rights. I'm like, yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's what another video I need to get to is non-appropriated funds that are being abused. I want to show you guys this. So just to switch to Mahmoud Khalil really quick. This is an AP News headline. Pressed for evidence against Mahmoud Khalil. Government cites its power to deport people for beliefs. MAGA. Just because Trump's in power now, there should never be a precedent set that because of your belief set, you should be thrown out of the country, right? Just like right now, you're like, yeah, let's get people out that don't agree with me. This could be you someday, right? That's how lines of logic work. Say, hey, would I want this to happen to me? If the answer is no, then I fight to defend everyone who's falling victim to this. We are saying people's opinions or beliefs are a reason to remove them from this country. Think of the impact that precedent could have on religion, on, different political groups. I mean, it's terrifying. We talked about this, Dark Andy. If they stop paying tax, how do we pay Congress? Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not advocating for people not to pay tax, by the way. And by the way, just to be clear, it doesn't matter. Right now I'm speaking to the middle and lower classes, like the average American, they don't make money off of us. I was playing a video on Friday, right? From what was it? I'm going to get it wrong, but from the 0.1%, for every dollar we invest into the IRS, we get 16 back. Or no, that's for 0.01%. For the 1%, for every dollar we invest, we get 8 back. So we made money from the IRS off high-level forensic audits. Our taxes aren't actually done by accountants. They're just done automatically. The government knows how much you owe. I wish they would just tell us. I wish someone would just tell me and then I don't have to do anything. And I would just pay it. It's ridiculous. But yeah, just to be clear, outside of anything I'm talking about now or whether people pay taxes, I think everyone should. It's the law, especially because I think depending on your political beliefs, they're just looking for a reason to get you in trouble. So I think it's a good idea to pay taxes, but it is already, projections have been done, statistical analysis. Trump has dismantled the IRS. They are expecting 20%, I believe, but I think the projections on the low side are 10% and on the high side 20, between 10 to 20% less tax revenue. And I'm not now talking about billionaires. I'm talking about average middle class and lower class Americans, just because Trump has fired everyone. There is no IRS. He has dismantled it. It's in complete disarray because he doesn't want the high level forensic audits that the actual IRS agents and forensic auditors do coming at billionaires. So I don't even know if they're going to be able. Yeah, we've crippled the IRS. And if you know anything about balancing a budget, you have to bring in revenue. Like, it is bad for our country. The same thing happened during Trump's first term on a smaller scale. He spent, and didn't bring in revenue. Same thing. He spent all this money on the TCJA, the tax cuts, said, don't worry, these targeted tariffs will make up. We're going to bring in all this tariff revenue. Never levied, it just didn't turn up the revenue we needed. I think it was like 20 billion or something. And then the pandemic. So, I mean, this already happened once on a much smaller scale. Sorry, I know. So much information. I'm going to have to just skip. I'm going to skip on to the most important parts because I could spend years discussing things at this point. Oh, yes. This is what I want to talk about. Appropriation funds and who's appropriating things. If you've looked, right, we're spending, I think it's $200 million, Kristi Noem keeps saying, the head of Homeland Security, on billboards about immigration, that this is not appropriated by Congress.
Let me ask a follow-up there, because I haven't actually gotten to the bottom of this, and maybe you know because you're on this committee, Congresswoman. There's this reporting about it's a $200 or $300 million ad campaign that DHS is running. That's like just straight propaganda, right? It's sort of Trump propaganda. It's from the budget of the agency. I've seen the ads just sort of in the wild, so they're definitely running them. Where is that money coming from? I'm very confused. Like, was that an authorized line item for something they whisked over somewhere else, or was there authorized money for ads that they're using for these ads? Like, what do you know?
There is no $200 million authorized in the budget that Congress gave them. This is the problem, though, Chris. No one from the administration has come before Homeland Security, the oversight committee of this agency, to answer those questions. We are the members of the committee. I serve in the Committee of Oversight, Accountability, Investigations for Homeland, and we demanded on a number of occasions for her to come before us and tell us who is authorizing this propaganda money. The idea that the chairman, she'll be here when she's able to come. She's a little busy right now. She's a little busy here spending money that no one authorized on things that she should not be spending on. Chris, the biggest.
Running around with the guy she had an affair with. She's hanging around, her feet dangling out of the back of military planes, hanging around Corey Lewandowski.
Threat to our homeland right now is Kristi Noem. It's Donald Trump. It's Elon Musk, Pete Hegseth, and all of that crew of people who are putting the lives of children at risk every day. I mean, you're hearing 30% down in attendance in most of our schools. What do you think happens when sixth graders are afraid of going to school because this Secretary of Homeland is bringing a threat to their school?
So I just let me follow up on that stat, the 30% of attendance down. You're saying in schools and district you represent, in specific schools where people have a lot of immigrant communities? Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you that in schools where there's a majority immigrant community, you are seeing in the upwards of 30% of attendance decline since this administration started on January 20th. It's all intentional. Even if they don't get in, they're bringing the fear of God into the families. You have parents who are saying, I am worried that when I drop off my child today to the third grade, ICE will be there to ensure that they deport me in front of my child. And so, of course, there's fear. You're hearing children who are now depressed and worried about going to school because I may not see mom when I go home.
we talked about the 11-year-old who unalived herself. If you've never heard, an 11-year-old, a sixth grade girl, is no longer on this earth because she was taunted and tormented, being told, you are an anchor baby who's going to lead ICE back to your family. You're going to be the reason they're arrested and deported. And so to make sure she wasn't the reason, she unalived herself.
You know that
That's the reality of what's going on. And let me help you, Magga, because again, I know you don't care about brown people, but let me talk to you about how you're robbing yourself of a financial future. I've already explained many ways in which you're making the economy. When we do mass deportations, the economy does not expand, it contracts. But this is just essentially, wait, what? Oh my God, I forgot the point. Sorry. I have so many things going on in my head. I'm trying to remember the point I was going to make, but it was going to be, just know it was going to be good. I'm going to remember, and then I'll tell you in a second, but we have so many things to get to, and I need to get to the Oval Office, and I feel like I'm moving too slow, but I was going to show sorry. That's what my brain looks like. Oh, I disappeared the goals. I was going to show the Eric Holder interview, but I don't have time. So Eric Holder did a great interview. He's the former attorney general under Obama. I got to meet him during Kamala's election campaign. He's brilliant. And he was talking about the rule of law being eroded and how it relates to immigration. I'm going to show you one thing, and then we're going to probably move on to the Oval Office stuff. I have so many things to show you today. This is real. This is a Politico article. This is another little Marco atrocity. State tells employees to report one another. This is literal Big Brother stuff for anti-Christian bias. If you are working in the federal government and you say anything that could be misconstrued as anti-Christian bias, there is now a reporting system to tell on you. This is a violation of the Constitution. What happened to separation of church and state? Listen to some of this. It's crazy. The Trump administration has ordered State Department employees to report on any instances of coworkers displaying anti-Christian bias as part of its effort to implement a sweeping new executive order on supporting employees of Christian faith working in the federal government. Not even Christians. You should not support this. This is scary. This is fascism. If you can follow a line of logic, let me help you, Magga, because I know you can't. This seems good to you now, but this same logic, if we set this legal precedent, can then be turned against you in the future. This could be, hey, anyone who's talking about Christianity, let's report them. There's no place for a religion. You're not allowed to talk about religion. Do you understand? That's why we can't set a precedent of fascist authoritarian rule. Because today you're like, hey, this works for me. Tomorrow, this works against you. The department, according to a copy of an internal cable obtained by Politico, will work with an administration-wide task force. We're almost at 250K, but I think thank you for the one person tapping the screen. I see you and I care. Can we all aggressively tap to the screen and get to 300K as fast as possible? I feel like we can get to 1 million likes today. I'm feeling good. The department, according to I already read that. With an administration-wide task force to collect information involving anti-religious bias during the last presidential administration, and will collect examples of anti-Christian bias through anonymous employee report forms. Let me help you, Magga, because again, I know you don't get it. You're annoying someone, right? Because some of you are annoying, and your coworker doesn't like you. Maybe you are an evangelical, and that annoys your coworker. So they say, hey, Billy is just spouting anti-Christian bias all day in the break room. People just lie about you. It's an anonymous reporting tool. So anybody can tell any lie they want to about anyone. Do you get it? This is not something you want to have happen. Yeah, witch hunts. This is literally the Salem witch trials. I like my neighbor's land. I want it. I heard Billy's wife is a witch. Like, that's exactly, this has happened before. The Spanish Inquisition. That's what it was. Oh, I heard Sarah was into witchcraft. Now, can I have her house? Like, that's literally what was going on. We cannot set this precedent in America. The cable was sent to embassies around the world under low markup. The instructions also were released in a department-wide notice. The document says the task force will establish by the executive order will meet around April 22nd to discuss its initial findings. Oh, that's going to be scary. I guess that will be the date of the first Salem witch trial. The cable encourages State Department employees to report on one another. Big Brother is watching. MAGA, you used to oppose things like this. This is not good for you either. To report on one another through a tip form that can be anonymous. Quote, reports should be as detailed as possible, including names, dates, locations, example post or domestic office where the incident occurred, the cable reads. This is terrifying. This is 1930s Germany. This is what they were doing. This is how it started. Hey, just if someone's being, not a great citizen, just let us know. Or if you've seen any, I don't know, Jews running around, just let us know. This is literally what happened. This is how it all started. Some State Department officials reacted to the cable with shock and alarm, saying that even if well-intentioned, it is based on the flawed premise that the department harbors anti-Christian bias to begin with, and warning it could create a culture of fear as the administration pushes employees to report on one another. This is what happens within, I was just reading a book about Scientology. This is what they do inside Scientology. They report on each other, they tell on each other. I mean, and not because that people are doing something wrong, because of paranoia, and because it's like almost like, hey, you just have to report on someone or you're not being loyal. The department instructions say that examples of anti-Christian bias will be collected to meet the requirements of the executive order, but that the department also will collect samples of anti-religious bias of all forms for its internal purposes. That's what I'm saying. If I was in this department and someone reported me, then I just make up lies about that. I mean, this is not, we know, and I could get into I'm talking about sociological studies now. This is not reliable. When you create this type of environment of fear and anonymous reporting, the information is not credible. You end up punishing people for crimes they didn't commit. Not that not being a Christian is a crime in the first place. This is egregious, but I'm just saying, there could be many motivations, right? Oh, I wanted that promotion and my manager didn't give it to me. Maybe I report her to this anonymous tip line. Or Julie got the promotion I wanted, and maybe if I get rid of her, then I can rise in the ranks. There could be many reasons that you would be reported. So basically, no atheists in the federal government. There's no separation of church and state now. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's been eroded for a while. But the irony being Trump is an atheist, right? Like, Trump is not religious. Trump is just using religion to consolidate power and spy on people. And also, think about it. I mean, this is why Trump couldn't run as a Democrat. If people are, like I say, my positions, my beliefs are data-driven. They're evidence-based. They're fact-based. So the minute the data, the math, the statistical analysis tells me a different story, then I change my beliefs. That way I know I can show up to any debate and not be wrong. But can you control people whose beliefs are evidence-based, data-based? Why is the first thing to go a clampdown on education, on intellectuals? Because they know, the highest source of information needs to be the authoritarian leader. It can't be professors or scientists, right? They don't want that. And that's why this is scary. Trump uses religion, not because he believes in it, but as a tool to subjugate the masses. And I did a little piece on Friday where I was showing you what the Christian nationalists were up to. Like the clip of Signalgate where the pastor's like, I prayed about it. It's not white Mike Waltz. It's holdovers from the Biden administration. Like you can't, if a huge part of your followers are, and I'm not talking about the average Christian. I mean, I'm talking about those specific Christian nationalist evangelicals. I was raised in a family of them. They're outside reality, right? Trump can say anything he wants, and they're just like, it's God's will. And even when Trump does bad things, that's why I was playing these clips on Friday. The response of the extreme evangelicals isn't, oh, Trump's driving us into a recession and ruining my financial future. Their response, and I played a clip of this, is, yes, the book of Revelation says we need to, in order to be raptured, we need to hasten the end times. That's what they see. They see Trump bankrupting the middle class and destroying our country as, yes, this is a necessary step to get to the rapture and being taken to heaven. How do you argue with this type of logic? Like, no matter how bad Trump is, no matter what lies he tells, they're just like, it's God's will, praise the Lord. There's no logic that can compete with blind faith. That is the terrifying part. Not again. Sorry. I was trying to close this, but I've got to move on. God, I have so many things. Oh, I have so many violations of the Constitution, but I think I'll have to go back to those, and we have to do the Oval Office. So now we're moving on to today and the egregious violations that have happened. Actually, and as long as we're here, I'm going to show, before we get to the Oval Office stuff, I'm going to start with, because this started this morning, not necessarily with Trump and Bukele. That was like the coup de grace, but it started with Stephen Miller. And let me show you, since we're here, actually, here's what we're going to do, since it's all in one line. I'm going to show you two positive things. And like I said, I have the clips from Bernie's rally on Saturday with AOC, which was absolutely amazing. But I want to show you something really cool that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. After that Saturday rally, which was the largest rally yet for AOC and Bernie in LA, there were, I believe, over 36, almost 37,000 people there. And real crowd. And by the way, the crowd was half a mile away listening. I mean, it was insane. But they didn't stop there. They went to Utah on Sunday. And can I just say, I talk about this. I went to university in Idaho and played Division I volleyball, but I spent a lot of summers training in Salt Lake and playing volleyball there. And I've never seen anything like this in my life. They had over 20,000 people. Yeah, I have the clips from Coachella, but I'm saying on Sunday in Utah, the reddest of the red place. I have never, and if you understand where the U is and where this is happening, like they had over 20,000 people and this overflow of thousands of people. Yes, I have the clips of Coachella, but again, I'm talking about that in conservative places. Yes, they're in Boise today, correct. In conservative areas, Utah, the Mormon church has a stranglehold of Utah. You should see this crowd that turned out. I mean, when is the last time Utah ever was blue? Never. That's the answer. Look at what is happening. Let's say it's unusual for progressives to bring out over 20,000 people in Utah, one of the reddest states in the country, on a Sunday night, not even in an election year. You guys, I mean, if you've ever been to Utah, you just don't, like, I get chills when I talk about this. I'm not saying Los Angeles wasn't amazing. It was. But that is a very liberal place. I'm not saying it's not, I love that Bernie was at Coachella. I'm saying you don't understand what happened on Sunday. Just so you know, it is Mormon doctrine to not be anywhere on a Sunday. These people went against their own religion to be at this rally. 20,000 plus people. I mean, there was not a seat in this arena. And if you understand where the U is, it's like in the shadow of the temple, like in the shadow of like a mountain of rich Mormon mansions. And this entire arena is filled. I mean, thousands of people outside. I've played volleyball matches in this arena. I've never seen anything like this in Utah in my life. When I say this is unprecedented, I mean, you just have to know. You'd have to just, if you know anyone from Utah, ask them about it, because this is outside of any reality I ever thought that would exist. Yeah. And think about it. Like, let me help you. They call it the U. There's a huge U on the mountain. Like, they don't have professional sport. I mean, they have an NBA team, don't get me wrong. But I mean, like the U, as far as football and like this is, they have a huge arena. Let me put it. Yeah. I think someone said that in the comments, and it's huge. Like, it's an honor to play in it, and you rarely see it filled up. Think that's a crowd? I mean, if you told me in my lifetime I'd ever see something like this in Utah, I spent summers in Salt Lake. I just don't think like, for all morbid women who are looking to gain a few rights, like, isn't it amazing how far things have come in Utah? See, that's the interesting thing. And someone said Utah's as red as Alabama. Yes, but here's the interesting thing about Utah. People are educated there. So that's the interesting thing about Utah. Like, people have a lot of thoughts, a lot of ideas, and upward mobility. So it's fascinating to me. And also, I think what happened, because this isn't, when they brought the tech industry to Utah, the same thing happened in Arizona. Like, you want to know how Arizona turned purple. I'm not saying it wouldn't have anyways, but something that hastened it is when the tech industry started looking for cheap land and places that had low payroll taxes. The tech industry put a lot of offices in Arizona. Same thing happened with Salt Lake. The tech industry came to Utah, and it helps to turn places blue. And look at this. This is the overflow. This is what was outside. They spoke inside. This is the overflow outside of the U. And Bernie and AOC spoke there too.
And I say this a bit with regret when I speak to young people, because I wish it were different. But we are living now in perhaps the most dangerous moment in the modern history of this country. We have a president who does not understand or respect the Constitution of the United States, and every single day is moving us toward an authoritarian society where more and more power rests in his hands as he functions in an illegal and unconstitutional way.
I never thought I would see a day when that many people were gathered in Utah to hear a progressive speak. Times they are changing. And when I say that's something to feel good about today, feel good about that. The people are awake. Oh, and I'm going to skip that because I haven't talked about it yet. But now we're going to move on to, I was going to show that, but let's move on to exactly what we're talking about. What happened today? I mean, the reason I sent that message in the Discord, and I was like, hey, not to be hyperbolic, but if ever you were going to take a stand, if ever you were going to every day call your congresspeople, if ever you were going to spend your weekends protesting and get involved, the time is now. I mean, and again, democracy might be lost. I don't know. But any ounce of energy, and I'm saying, like I say, we all have different skill sets. Anything we can do to affect change, to make a member of Congress hear us and possibly stop some of this or assist in stopping some of this, the time is now. Because I have never seen in my life what I'm about to show you. I mean, the blatant lies, the misdirection, the disinformation, and the absolute, I would say, erosion of the Constitution, but disrespect. Now, so, I mean, I don't want to say trigger warning, like something horrible is going to happen, but it's awful. Stephen Miller, so he shows up on Fox News, and when I say not distorting reality, pathologically lying.
Your argument is that you don't have to bring him back home, but will you?
So I want to correct, I hate to do it, Bill, but I got to correct you on every single thing that you said because it was all wrong.
We're talking about Kilmar Abrego Garcia because Bukele came to the White House today, right? That's what we're building up to. The dictator of El Salvador, who's housing these people in Secot and getting $6 million a year, was here today and could have brought Kilmar Abrego Garcia with him. And instead of having Nutlick and Ron Vera, also known as Peter Navarro, flail around and lie like on what happened on Sunday, I haven't seen them today. And that's another thing I can get into. They've basically been sidelined for being complete idiots. And now we see Stephen Miller when I say pathologically lying, I mean pathologically lying.
Your argument is that you don't have to bring him back home, but will you?
So I want to correct, I hate to do it, Bill, but I got to correct you on every single thing that you said because it was all wrong. First, we won the Supreme Court case, clearly, 9-0. A district court judge said unconscionably that the president and his administration have to go into El Salvador and extradite one of their citizens, an El Salvadorian citizen, so that would be kidnapping, that we have to kidnap an El Salvadorian citizen against the will of his government and fly him back to America.
That is a lie. The only place this man had his day in federal immigration court, and the only place this man could not be returned was El Salvador. He testified, him and his witnesses testified credibly, and he was given protection from being returned to one place on earth, and that is El Salvador.
Which would be an unimaginable act and an invasion of El Salvador's sovereignty. So he appealed to the Supreme Court, and it said clearly, no district court can compel the president to exercise his Article 2 foreign powers in any way whatsoever. DOJ called me after that Supreme Court ruling, and they said, this is amazing. We won this case 9-0. We are in excellent standing here. So this has been portrayed wrong for 72 hours in the media. They said the most a court could ever compel you to do would be to facilitate return.
You lost the case 9-0. The new line is 100% a lie. I mean, talk about bending reality. They lost the case. And now they are declaring and continued throughout the day, which I will show you, to declare that they won it.
Which would basically mean if El Salvador voluntarily sends him back, we wouldn't block him at the airport. We would put him back into ICE detention. And then he would be deported back to El Salvador or somewhere else. The Supreme Court said that is the most the government can be expected to do. So we won the case handily.
That's not what they said.
The misreporting on this has been atrocious.
Okay,
Secondly,
I appreciate
he was
the
not. No, Bill, it's important. He was not mistakenly sent to El Salvador.
Okay, so do you?
In Donald Trump's Department of Justice, who, i.e. Pam Bondi, admitted in court filings that he was mistakenly sent to El Salvador. It's in writing. It is indisputable. So and by the way, I said this on Steve's Live, and I mean this. I never believed in reincarnation until this is Joseph Goebbels reincarnate. I mean, this is the distortion of reality is what you're watching. This is why I say, if you're going to take a stand for democracy, now is it. Now. Can someone tell Grandma who Joseph Goebbels is and spell it in the comments for her?
Illegal alien from El Salvador. Hold on, this is important. In 2019, he was ordered deported. He is a final removal order from the United States. These are things that no one disputes. Where is he from? El Salvador. Where is he a resident and citizen of? El Salvador. Is he here illegally? Yes. Does he have a deportation order? Yes.
All of that is wrong. I explained to you the story, right? He had his day in court. He is legally in the U.S. And and I'm not saying he couldn't be deported, right? The only place he could not be ever sent back to was the one place they mistakenly sent him. And the DOJ in writing said, we made a mistake. That is why he was there. This is a complete pathological lie. This is the future.
A DOJ lawyer who has since been relieved of duty, a saboteur, a Democrat, put into a filing incorrectly that this was a mistaken removal. It was not. This was the right person sent to the right place. Now, some have said, well, but he had a thing called a withholding order. So a withholding order means you've been ordered deported, but an immigration judge is saying you cannot go back to a particular country. Here's the thing. If you are a member of a foreign terrorist organization, you cannot have
She is not
a withholding order. Since he's in MS-13,
So again, he had his actual day in court and was found to have testified credibly and have no association with that gang. And the one gang that the actual CI accused him of being part of was in the state of New York, a place that everyone agreed that he had never been in his life.
Is no withholding order.
You just answered my question.
The gang that he is accused of being persecuted by doesn't exist anymore in El Salvador. The 18th Street gang is gone. So you have an illegal alien from Bill, where are we supposed to send the illegal alien from El Salvador?
You haven't even
to
allowed
what
me
country?
to ask you a question.
18th Street gang is from New York. I don't know what's happening here.
Are you convinced he is still a member of MS-13? That was your original charge.
Yes. But here's the thing, Bill. Yes, but not only am I convinced of it,
just to be clear, there is no evidence that has ever been provided that any of that is true, nor has the government outside of this weirdo and J.D. Vance, who's a liar, say that, right? The only person that ever said that was that CI outside of Home Depot, which he said he was part of the 18th Street gang, which was based in New York. They determined he had never been there. The only other piece of corroborating evidence was a Chicago Bulls jersey he had on.
Is El Salvador convinced of it? Bill,
No, they're not convinced of it. But anyway, this is a new level of deception. And what I'm telling you is they are setting the stage to remove any of us. And I'll show you, the next are American citizens. But I want to because someone responded to this clip. So here we go. Trump admin officials, and this is amazing because I love this. Here, I know it's small, but Trump admin officials who have conceded that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was erroneously removed to El Salvador. Yeah. Solicitor General, the Solicitor General of the Trump Solicitor General, John Sauer. John Sauer, if you don't know who our new Solicitor General is, used to be Preligar, who had a lovely voice. Now it's John Sauer, who sounds like RFK Jr. John Sauer got the job as Solicitor General because he's the guy that argued Trump's immunity case in front of the Supreme Court. So he admitted in a court filing, they're trying to say it was some federal judge. John Sauer, Trump's Solicitor General, in a court filing admitted he was erroneously removed and it was a mistake. He was sent to El Salvador. ICE official Robert Cerna, in a sworn declaration, said it was an error and he should not have been taken to El Salvador. DOJ lawyer Erez Ruveni, in court filings and at a hearing, admitted that. So Stephen Miller is trying to make it sound like one Democrat judge, which, by the way, the noun is judge. The descriptive adjective is democratic. It would be democratic judge, but that's beyond MAGA's understanding. But yeah, and this is all in the outline if you want to see them, but this is court filings where 4 separate people admitted that it was an error. And thanks to Anna, who did that work. And this is John Favreau. This is the guy that got in a huge fight with JD Vance. When JD Vance originally lied at 2 a.m., the vice president of the United States said Armando Abrego Garcia was a convicted gang member. This is John Favreau, is the host of Pod Save America, or one of the hosts, I should say. Not everything that Stephen Miller says here is a lie. Or, I mean, sorry. Not everything, nearly everything that Stephen Miller says here is a lie, right down to the completely made up quotes in the Supreme Court case. That's facts. I listened to the oral arguments. Pathological. Oh, who always says pathological? Anytime his bullshit is challenged on air, oh, I swore. I'm just reading. He just yells over the person because he knows he's a liar who can't win an argument. Preach, John. Again, John Favreau, if you want to follow him, it's at John Favs. He's one of the hosts of Pod Save America. He's pretty brilliant. So again, you think it's not going to get worse? Brace yourself.
Is Gitmo still open? Are there any illegal immigrants who have been taken to Guantanamo Bay?
Just sorry, I don't want to correct you. He's not the one who was Obama's speechwriter. The Pod Save America guy who was Obama's speechwriter, he's a smaller guy. I can't remember his name right now, but he was on Survivor. It's not John Favreau. It's a different one. But yeah, that's another host of Pod Save America. He was on Survivor. He's a lot smaller. But yeah. No, John Favreau wasn't. It's another one. Is his name Sean Duffy? It's not John Favreau that was on Survivor. The one who's a speechwriter, I can't remember his name, but is that the one? Is it Sean Duffy that was on? The one who was on Survivor was Obama's speechwriter. Thank you. Doughboy's going to check. Thank you. There's one of them was on Survivor. It's the other John. I can't remember the guy's name, but I know he does not look like John Favreau. I just know that because but yeah, I just remember because I happened to watch that season of Survivor, and he's like, I was Obama's speechwriter, and then they just voted him off. They're like, John Lovett, is that who it is? Okay, thank you. Someone said that, so someone did say that, and I wasn't. Trashley said it, spelled it egregiously, but Trashley is the first person to say it. She did correctly identify it. Thank you, Trashley. John Lovett. Yeah, so there's a lot of Johns. So not this one, but yes, one of the other hosts. Aren't there three of us? Yeah, one of the other hosts was Obama's speechwriter, and he was on Survivor. Watch the season; it's interesting.
Is Gitmo still open? Are there any illegal immigrants who have been taken to Guantanamo Bay today, or has that prison been closed?
No, it's wide open. Gitmo is open. There are a number of foreign terrorist aliens that are being housed at Gitmo, awaiting final removal to another destination. But what I want to be very clear on,
can you tell me how many?
No, I cannot. That's operationally sensitive information.
Dozens or more?
It's a large number. The exact number is operationally sensitive.
I'll tell you, it's actually not a large number. I mean, no. Listen, the worst thing that can happen to you, as we are now seeing in real time, is to be taken off U.S. soil because you are outside of due process. But they tried to build this tent city in Guantanamo, and I said, well, it's got to be a tent city because they can't house anyone there. Like, there's nothing there. If you can look on Google Earth, and they started building a tent city. And I'm not going to take credit for this reporting. We covered this, if you remember. Rachel Maddow did some amazing reporting on this. Like, we watched a long piece she did about all of the operational costs and nightmares of the show of deporting people to Guantanamo, and it became just an operational nightmare. And so, by and large, they have stopped sending people there because it cost more and caused more problems. But I'm not saying they're not sending people there. And that's all of our fears should be. I don't care if it's El Salvador. I don't care if it's Guantanamo. If we are removed from U.S. soil, this is very clearly their plan to eventually, like Trump said, next door the homegrowns, to take American citizens, do the same thing he did with immigrants, right? Convince us, oh, but these Americans are the bad ones. I think he said literally, and I quote, the ones that hit people over the head with baseball bats. That's what he said in the White House today. And I was like, oh, the J6ers? Are you going to take the J6ers? Which let me help you. I wouldn't let you. If any J6ers were going to be taken from U.S. soil and removed without due process, I would fight for their rights to stay. Because any of us who are removed from U.S. soil without due process, it is all of us. It's already started. I mean, to say this is a slippery slope, we've already let it happen. We have to fight tooth and nail. Thank you, Leopardus. I'll update the gift goal in 1 second. We have to fight with everything we have to stop the erosion of due process at all costs. It doesn't matter if you agree with someone's political views, you fight for them like it's you.
To do with military and other considerations relating to the security of those who are there and the security of those who are operating the facility. But I want to be very, very clear about this bill. We've been living through a hoax. Nobody was mistakenly sent to El Salvador. He was ordered deported from this country in 2019. He's an illegal alien. His home nation is El Salvador. That is where he belongs.
Not just him. Many people were mistakenly sent. I think in the YouTube chat, just to be clear, we were having a conversation. Oh my God, I never restarted the super chat goal. Someone was asking, hey, whatever happened to those 8 women they mailed to El Salvador? No one talks about this, because Trump's really embarrassed by it. They tried to mail 8 women to Secot. They don't take women. And I was saying in the YouTube chat that, they never, and actually I have it up here. Several women were deported. So this guy is saying no one was ever mistakenly sent to El Salvador. Are you effing kidding me? You sent 8 women to a men's prison and they were like, we don't take women here. They will be unalived. Several women were deported to Secot, El Salvador's mega prison, as part of the Trump administration's deportation effort. But some, and I don't know what they mean by some, that scares me, were later returned to the U.S. after El Salvador refused to accept them. Specifically, 8 women were on the planes but never left the aircraft. So it sounds, as far as I know, there were only 8. I don't like that word some. As far as I know, there were 8 that were sent accidentally, idiotically, and 8 that came back, but whoever knows anymore? We can't believe a word these people say. Specifically, 8 women were on the planes but never left the aircraft after landing in El Salvador because the country refused to take them. These women were then taken back to the U.S. and locked up again. Those who did go to Secot, a prison known for its harsh prison conditions, are confined to their cells for most of the day. Someone asked me a lot earlier, do I believe Kilmar Abrego Garcia is alive? I'll say this. I think that, and Trump is not smart, right? So again, but if I was Trump and I had my own brain, which is not a dumb one, it is in his best interest to keep that man alive. The worst thing for Trump is something happens to that guy. That's no bueno for Trump. I mean, you're creating problems for yourself. If I was trying to minimize damage, I would make sure he was in solitary. I'd make sure he was isolated. I'd make sure he was kept alive. No, there's no benefit to Trump long term. He needs to be alive. I mean, if he's never heard from again, I mean, all I'm saying is it compounds Trump's problems. It doesn't help. I'm talking about logically. No, this is not, I don't mean creating a problem that you can then save yourself from. There's no saving himself from this. This is not, I'm just saying, if Trump was not an idiot, he would keep him alive. Just period. But Trump's not operating from a place of logical intelligence. But yeah, an intelligent person, 100% that guy would be alive. You got to be an idiot. The Supreme Court 9-0 ruled against you and said facilitate this person's return, and he's no longer and a box comes back with a body in it. I can't think of a more idiotic thing to do. So if he's smart, that man's in solitary and is alive. But Trump's not smart. So again, I don't know. And I don't know of anyone who's spoken to anyone or has confirmed, I hate to say this, but proof of life. at this point. I don't know. Anyways, so let's Aaron Reichlin Melnick, my favorite genius immigration lawyer, responds to that clip we just heard and said, Stephen Miller lies and claims, quote, that nobody has been mistakenly sent to El Salvador, despite his yeehaw, thank you for the hat. Despite his own administration saying repeatedly that Mr. Abrego was sent there due to an administrative error. That's the DOJ's position, which should not have happened. These are court documents he's now citing, saying that he was sent there under administrative error. And so were other people, which I'll show you later if we get to it. I don't plan Trump's insanity. This is now we're talking about, will Mahmoud Khalil be deported?
There'll be an appeals process that could go on for some time. Will Mahmoud Khalil be deported from the United States? Quick answer on that, please.
Yes, he will, as will anyone who preaches hate for America. His organization said they wanted to eradicate Western civilization. Look,
it's not his organization. They've never shown any proof of that. In fact, they have never shown any proof of anything in court, period. That he is part of an organization. He's definitely not leading an organization. Just to be clear, anything he's saying right now is not true. And I showed you that AP article. The actual argument they made on Friday is that you can be deported for beliefs, which again, he's not an extremist.
Under this country, under this administration, under President Trump, people who hate America, who threaten our citizens, who rape, who murder, and who support those who...
Again, none of that happened. This is Stephen Miller just telling a series of lies, probably projection. I don't know. It's very Freudian. It's like, are you confessing to your own crimes? Like, what are you talking about? Because certainly you could not be talking about Mahmoud Khalil.
Rape and murder are going to be ejected from this country. And I just wish a fraction of the media outrage that we had over deporting terrorists and deporting monsters and deporting their sympathizers from this country was spent crying over the blood that was shed of American women and children over the last 4 years, or crying over the 500,000 children that Biden trafficked into this country, or crying over the neighborhoods destroyed by gangs and drugs and fentanyl. Cemeteries are filled with tombstones from Americans that were killed by Joe Biden and Mayorkas and his administration, suffering beyond...
There'll be an appeals...
Again, I can't stress enough that every word you just heard was, and I want to say a lie, but I actually think those are Stephen Miller's feelings. Like, and I mean like deep feelings. I think Stephen Miller, from everything I've heard this man say, deeply feels like this is the case. Now, factually, not one word of that is true. And I want you to understand, because MAGA, this is me defending you. Recognize what's happening. They have not one shred of evidence that has ever been presented in a court of law. And I mean of anything, of him colluding with Hamas, of him actually being some extremist who has extremist Palestinian beliefs. None of it. None of that has ever, not one shred of evidence has been brought to court. But they will always tie you. The goal is to always say either he's a criminal or he's aiding criminals. And the next step is that's what they will say. That's what Trump, and I'm going to show you the clip, says, hey, build 5 more facilities next to the homegrowns, the U.S. citizens. And Trump's like, the criminals, just like they claimed all these people were criminals. And when it came time in a court of law to present one shred of evidence that criminal activity had occurred, they had to backtrack. I talked about on Friday. They remember the giant press conference in March where even I was like, well, I guess maybe they got one real criminal. And okay, they said the guy was the East Coast leader of Hamas. They did like an hour-long press conference saying we got him and he engaged in every horrible thing you can imagine a gang leader does. They've taken it all back. Not one shred of evidence. It's not either it's not what they thought they were, or they just pathologically lied. And then when it came time to like actually show the evidence in court, they're like, just kidding. We don't have any. I don't know. But yeah, there's none. And as easily as they're doing it to these people, they will do it. Trump is verbally saying over and over today, Next are the American citizens. They just will say you're a criminal. And I want to be very clear. Even if you are, I defend your right to have due process on American soil, just like I hope you'll defend mine. We have all committed crimes, knowingly and unknowingly, in our lives. Trump could point to any one of us at any moment and say, there's a criminal. And what we have to do is say, hey, if I let one American citizen be pointed at, and I want to stress, it's not about citizenship. It's if I let one person whose feet stand on U.S. soil have their due process eroded, or even after due process, be housed outside the country, then I'm increasing the likelihood that that could happen to me. I don't care if you're the most extreme of far-right extremists. I will defend you to the death to have U.S. or due process on U.S. soil and to face justice on American soil. That is our rights. If we are falsely accused of a crime, it is our right to have due process here. Like, that is a pact we all have to make, because every single thing Trump said he was going to do, that MAGA, you guys were like, you guys are being hyperbolic, it's not going to happen. It has now happened. And it's time for us to fight. Because let me tell you, the only people it turns out who aren't criminals in this country are people with money. If you have money, you don't ever have to be indicted. And if by chance you are and you have money, then you can be pardoned. But not all of us have money, and all we have are each other. I will never let I will fight with my last breath to defend the due process rights of any American. Even if I hate your belief system, I will fight for your right to due process on American soil and to be housed on American soil and to face a jury of your peers on American soil. B says countries are issuing travel warnings. Oh, yeah, that's been going on for quite some time. No, I was talking about this. Like, I'll probably do a piece on that sometime this week. That's one of the ways we are devastating our economy. Like, tourism is one of the biggest industries in the United States. We are bankrupting ourselves. It's unbelievable. And that benefits who? People with capital. Buy low, sell high. Huge transfers of wealth to the top of the economy. We have to stick together and fight. Just to be clear, we are almost at 400K. I appreciate the one person that is tapping. I know this is a lot to think about, and we're all getting over the place. Lahua, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. She said, Dump and his administration do not value life. Exactly. I fear he has been taken from his family forever. Yeah, I know. And that could be any one of us. And that is the one thing I can promise, MAGA. I will fight you all day long, and your belief system. But if it comes to due process, then we're all on the same team. Every time we allow due process to be eroded in this country, each one of us are closer to losing our rights. This is the one. There's many instances, but we have to fight together. That's all we have. There are more of us than there are of them, period. That is literally all we have at this point. Yeah, no, I know. If I disappear, and I'm not going to get into it, there's things I can't talk about, but yeah, I would appreciate if I disappear, please find me. Wait, did I play this one already? Yeah, okay. Oh, and then I'm only showing this so I could show the response, but God, and I won't even get into it. But then Kristi Noem was just, God bless this woman. She has no idea what's even going on.
This meeting between the El Salvadorian president and President Donald Trump, does that indicate that the flights will continue, that the deportation, that you guys aren't going to allow the courts to stop you?
Well, I think the conversation is going to be extremely beneficial. El Salvador's been a fantastic partner. And when I was in El Salvador visiting with President Bukele, we talked about the fact that he would accept more flights, would accept more individuals into CCOT. So I'm looking forward to that partnership continuing.
Secretary Kristi Noem, thank you so much for joining the program.
Yes. Thank
I just want to be clear, and I talk about history. You know, history doesn't, like Facts always says, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. If you think by fawning, right, there's a lot of fight or flight responses. It's fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. And you're like, what the F is fawn? That's cozying up to your abuser thinking, hey, if he likes me enough, it won't be me. Well, I invite all MAGA to look up The Night of the Long Knives, right? True believers are purged as well, right? It doesn't matter how close you are to a wacko who's violating the Constitution. When the rule of law is eroded, his very whim could turn on you, period. And right now, you're like, well, right now, I just agree with him. The day will come when you don't. Even if you don't know, and I'm just talking about numbers now. You're being robbed by billionaires. An oligarchy is forming. Last month, 1 week ago today, when Trump decided to do his little market manipulation thing, I'm just talking about his own DJT stock. Trump made $415 million in market manipulation. $415 million. Elon Musk, you know how his stock was dropping grossly? All of a sudden, Tesla's stock shot up. He made like $38 billion. He made $38 billion last Monday. The top 500 richest people in the country. Oh my God, I don't want to misquote myself. Is it $304 billion they made? I believe it's $304 billion. I have a screenshot of it somewhere. It's in today's outline. But I just want you guys to understand we are all being robbed in real time. We are being robbed. Huge transfers of wealth. And that's the goal. Drain us of our resources. So we are now resourceless, begging to sell our life force to a company for the right to go to the doctor. That is our future. And whether you like it or not, MAGA, we are in the same life preserver, and we are going to have to resist this together. You might not see it today, but you're going to see it soon. Someone said I'm having nightmares. I am too. Not specifically about this, but I think it's the anxiety. Like, I'm having a lot of anxiety-related nightmares. Like, I keep having nightmares my teeth are falling out, which I guess is related to fear about what may happen. Like, I'm talking in front of a class, and like all of a sudden my mouth is full of teeth. And I looked it up, and it's just like, oh, that too. I also can't sleep, Deborah. What do I do? I'm like, I no longer want to be asleep. So again, Kristi Noem says that idiocy. And then James Surowiecki, and I don't know, but this guy is a genius, by the way. He's like the former editor of like New York Magazine. If it's a partnership where you are literally arranging for your detainees to be put into a foreign prison, you cannot plausibly claim you have no responsibility for these people once they're in prison. Kristi Noem is on air today saying this is a partnership. Like, we talk all the time. He's building more prisons to house Americans. Okay, then you have a partnership, then you can bring people back who should not be there, which is probably everyone. If it's a partnership, you're partners, which that would be logic. Now let's get into Trump and Bukele. And I'm just saying trigger warning because, yeah, this is some pretty heavy, crazy stuff. This is where we're at in America.
Mr. President, you have 350 million people to liberate. But to liberate 350 million people, you have to imprison some. That's the way it works, right? You cannot just free the criminals and think crime is going to go down magically. You have to imprison them so you can liberate 350 million Americans that are asking for the end of crime and the end of terrorism. And it can be done. I mean, you're doing it already. And I'm sure that people have seen the change in the streets. A long way to go because you're just initiating your second term, but it's clear that with the numbers at the border, when even in Democrat-run cities, they get a help from the work you're doing. So I'm really happy to be here, honored, and eager to help.
Well, we had a terrible thing happen. We had an administration that allowed people to come in freely into our country from not only South America, but from all over the world, many from the Congo in Africa, Asia, all over the world, Europe, rough parts of Europe. And they came from prisons, and they came from mental institutions, and they came from gangs and the gangs of Venezuela and other places.
Again, every single word of that is a lie. So again, I just want you to know, Bukele is saying, hey, in order to liberate 350 million people, he's roughly, I guess, estimating the population of the United States. I remembered what I was going to say a long time ago when I just suddenly forgot. It's about the birth rate. It's about the birth rate decline. But yeah, I mean, that's what he's essentially saying is in order to liberate the U.S. population, some of them are going to have to be in prison. If you don't know why he's saying that, this man has disappeared 2% of the El Salvadorian population. Anybody who speaks out against him, very similar to what we're experiencing now, the beginning stages, he disappears into labor camps that fuel his economy. He's saying, yeah, you're going to have to unlawfully, unconstitutionally imprison people in order to clamp down on control of Americans. This is chilling. This is what he's saying was going on in the White House today. Should we take down our social media? I mean, I think, sorry, that is a question someone asked in the comments. I talked about this. I played the video a couple hours ago of, if you're here on a student visa, then they're scouring social media, but they are scouring everyone's social media. And I mean, I used to work in the tech industry. In the words of the CEO of my company, it's too late. The metadata is on the internet. If you think that's going to save you from anyone understanding who or what you believe, not in the end, there's the Wayback Machine. Metadata is forever. Maybe it will take them a little longer to get to you, but it's there. I don't know if that makes you feel better or for worse, but the point is, there's a time to take a stand. And you could think of it as well, I'm not brown, so this is not coming to me. It is. I'm about to play clips of Trump saying, yeah, the homegrowns, the American citizens are next. Then he's going to start doing the same thing. Oh, it's criminals. Turns out most of these people, the vast majority, aren't criminals. Turns out he was just grabbing people off the street. That's how it's going to be for Americans as well. And Bukele is sitting there being yeah, you have to disappear some people. That's how you clamp down on control. This is a man who is an authoritarian dictator. And here he goes again. This is the man who controls his media.
We appreciate it. Thanks.
Actually, what you're doing with the border is remarkable. It has dropped, 95%. It's incredible.
As of this morning, 99%, 99.1% to be exact.
Why are those numbers not in the media?
Well, they get out with the fake news, like CNN over here doesn't want to put them out because they don't like putting out good numbers. They only like putting out because I think they hate our country, actually. But it's a shame. You're right. Isn't that a great question? Why doesn't the media? Why don't they put out numbers?
Yeah, 99%. I mean, it's crazy, right?
We're doing
it's
great.
A crazy turnaround.
Christy, could you maybe say a couple of words about the border? How we're doing?
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Just want to be clear. He just confessed that there's no invasion. Do you understand? This man confessed that 95%, he clamped down, he confessed. The reason that he's raising the American military on U.S. soil is because there's an invasion. This man just confessed that is not happening. That's why Trump is trying to convince everyone there's an invasion. Play it again. Let's play it one more time.
We appreciate it. Thanks. Actually, what you're doing with the border is remarkable. It has dropped, 95%. It's incredible.
As of this morning, 99%, 99.1% to be exact.
Why are those numbers not in the media?
Well, they get out with the fake news, CNN over here doesn't want to put them out because they don't like putting out good numbers. They only like putting out because I think they hate our country, actually. Yeah, but it's a shame. You're right. Isn't that a great question? Why doesn't the media? Why don't they put out numbers?
Yeah, 99%. I mean, it's crazy, right?
We're doing
it's
great.
A crazy turnaround.
Christy, could you maybe say a couple of words about the border? How we're doing?
Sorry, and I watched this live, and then she goes into how few encounters there are and how the border is sealed off. So there's no invasion, and they admit it. But yet he needs to raise the American military on U.S. soil, and that's what everyone should be asking is why. And just to I just want to clarify something from earlier because I like to be exact. So yeah, and I think we kind of clarified, but I just want to make sure. So John Favreau and John Lovett from Pod Save America were both formerly speechwriters for Obama. I guess that's how they met. So it's not that just John Lovett was a speechwriter. It's just John Lovett was the one who was on Survivor, and that's why I knew he was one of Obama's speechwriters, but they both were. But sorry, that's just a side note. Just making sure I get the facts straight about people. So now we're moving on. Trump on how many immigrants he plans to deport to El Salvador. Trigger warning. Let's keep tapping the screen. We are basically not. Thank you to the one person who is still tapping. Can we get to 450K as fast as possible? If you would like to subscribe, I'm trying to reach 420 subscribers. I used to have 650. I've been trying to get back to that since before the TikTok ban, which every day now seems like a year. So the TikTok ban, doesn't that seem like 5 years ago? God, and that was 2 months ago. I think we're on, in case anyone cannot keep track, I think it's, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, is it day 83 of the administration? It's somewhere around there, but it seems like 10 years as far as I know that we have all lived. Also, this is Cash App and Venmo. All of my research that I do for the People's Receipts. Oh, I thought you said year 85. I was like, is it day 85? God, I missed like a few days. What day of the administration is it? I'm just wondering for real. Is it 83 or 82? I just am trying to keep track of time. Yeehaw! Thank you for the hat. I'll update every tap is love for Felice. Thank you, Gigi. I know there's a link that I should send. I think it is day 83. There's a link and I'm going to send everyone. I don't suggest, like I said earlier, don't necessarily subscribe to the New York Times. But one good thing they do is they have like first 100 days tracker, and you can look up day by day every single, for factual purposes, every single horrendous thing Trump has done, like day by day. That's why I know it's day 83, because yesterday I was like reading about 82. I know, Gigi, don't remind me. And also, that's why we should track the first 100 days of the administration. After the first 100 days, Rachel Maddow will only be on Mondays again. But anyways, back to the horrific news that Trump is now talking about how many migrants he plans to deport to El Salvador. So again, the only Supreme Court ruling we have about the Alien Enemies Act is that they need due process. They need fair warning, and they need a chance to defend themselves in court. Most of the people deported to El Salvador were under the Alien Enemies Act and were specifically Venezuelans. Not all, but most.
Very much. How many illegal criminals are you planning on exporting to El Salvador? And President Bukele, how many are you willing to take from the U.S.?
They are not illegal criminals, right? I mean, get it right. This is going to be U.S. citizens. Stop giving him this out. 60 Minutes did a piece proving these people aren't criminals. Let's say crossing the border is a crime. Yeah, it's a misdemeanor. And let me help you. Like I said, when you cross the border and your feet are on U.S. soil, and people don't understand this, but immigration lawyers could explain this to you. Once your feet are on U.S. soil, well, you used to have a right to due process. And that's why they would release people to the interior, because then our tax dollars, due process costs money.
Possible. And I just asked the president, it's this massive complex that he built, jail complex. I said, can you build some more of them, please? As many as we can get out of our country that were allowed in here by incompetent Joe Biden through open borders. Open borders. You probably hear open borders and you can't even understand.
I'm gonna help you because this drives me nuts as a history major. I just want to help you. The Venezuelans that he's now lying and saying are TDA or gang members, and deporting to Secot under the Alien Enemies Act. Why are they here? And I'm not saying it started with Trump, but we have a long history of turning off Venezuela's economy, of sanctioning them, of stopping them from selling their oil, of stopping buying their oil. We used to be, buy a huge part of their oil. We have basically frozen and bankrupted their country. What we have done to Cuba, we have done to Venezuela. The number one driver of crime is poverty. So when we turned off and devalued their currency, turned off their economy, devalued their currency, crime rose. And what happens when crime rises? People flee, and they fled to the southern border. Trump, when in his first term, factually tried to do a coup in Venezuela, as if the sanctions and every other horrible thing that we were doing to cripple their economy and make life impossible for Venezuelans wasn't enough. He literally tried to do a coup and overthrow their government. It failed. The U.S. government has a long history of coups, which I despise, and not even Trump could do a coup right. And just to be clear, the reason there are a lot of Venezuelans here is because of that. They fled north due to economic sanctions, the devaluation of their currency, and the rise of crime. And then specifically around that coup, there was a spike in people showing up to the southern border. And Trump, when he was leaving his first term, outgoing, gave parole protected or TPS to Venezuelans. I don't know. This is a little known fact. Actually, it's one of the most decent things the Trump administration ever did. They acknowledged, hey, we tried to do this coup. It didn't work. We created a lot of problems in Venezuela. So we're granting TPS to Venezuelans. That's why, and I'm not saying it was Trump directly, right? Someone in his administration did it, and Trump didn't necessarily be like, no. Then Trump revoked this and acts like they're all a disease and he doesn't know how they got here. That's how. Let me help you. If you don't, and MAGA, this is for you, even though we have, and that's what I was going to talk about when I forgot. And I was like, I'm going to remember this is related to your wallet. It's about population decline. The only way America is built on immigration, and that was before we were in gross population decline. The only way to, in the short term, right, to get someone pregnant, grow a baby, get it into the workforce, that takes years. We won't survive. The only way to keep our economy humming along and growing, to continue, which, I mean, we're fast losing that, to have the number one gross domestic product in the world, right? We need immigration to supplement our workforce, period. This is the reality of how things work. But let me help you. If for some reason you don't want that, which again is biting off your nose to spite your face, you're crippling our economy, then what we need to do is identify root causes of immigration, which, let me help you, south of here, Central and South America, that has to do with American interference, devaluing people's currency, economic sanctions, CIA interference, coups, all sorts of things that have crippled Central and South American economies. If we want people to stay in their country of origin, which I promise you, as someone who's lived all over South America, disappeared there for a while, they want to be near their families. Nobody wants to leave home. It's out of desperation and survival that they leave home. If we want people to stay where they want to be, we need to create economic opportunity and economic partnerships through, things like trade. So these tariffs do the exact opposite. As a matter of fact, they are going to drive more immigration to the southern border. You know what will drive even more immigration? Climate crisis. Trump not acknowledging climate crisis, continuing to spew or spur on climate crisis. We are projected to have millions of climate refugees showing up at the southern border. If we want people to stay where they are from, which they want to in the first place, they have to have hospitable conditions with which to stay there. And in the case of Central and South America, because I know you're thinking, what the F does that have to do with me? Central and South America, well, first of all, there's a land bridge, but second of all, we literally created those problems. If you don't know that, then you need to take a look at history. Look up Felix Rodriguez, a man named Cesar Chavez, might help you learn about what the CIA and the American military has done south of here. We created the problems that have people showing up at our border. That's why you guys like to blame Kamala Harris, but she did her job. Her job, as what you guys called the border czar, was to go investigate and address the root causes of immigration, which they did. That's how in the last 6 months when they were curbing immigration 75%, I mean, that's what they were doing. Step one, you got to recognize what is making people leave and then start solving those problems through trade partnerships, through providing upward mobility, through education, things of that nature. That is how you help people remain where they are from. No one wants to leave everything they've ever known. And as someone who's spent a lot of time in South America, it's the most beautiful place on earth. Nobody wants to leave South America if they don't have to. I'd still be there. Well, I'm from here. I like it here.
Can understand. Nobody smart or with common sense can understand it. So we have millions of people that should not be in this country that are dangerous. Not just people, because we have people, but we have millions of people that are murderers, drug dealers. They've been allowed to come into our country by other countries that were very smart.
Very much.
And none of that's true, especially the stuff about pouring out insane asylums and whatnot. If you haven't known, researchers and fact checkers have tried to get the Trump administration or Trump spokespeople to corroborate any of that for over 10 years now, or almost 10 years, right? It started in 2015. So yeah, 10 years. And never once has it ever, there's no proof of any of that. That's not true. I actually have a belief that Trump does not know the difference between claiming asylum and insane asylums. I actually think it starts as a confusion, or the words sounded the same and then it sounded good to him. I need you to use your brains. Immigration is the only way we supplement population decline, period. Undocumented immigrants feed our economy. They pay taxes. They pay into our retirement. They are a net positive to the U.S. economy. They are not stealing from you. They are helping you, period. Oh, here's a great one. Now, this is where Pam Bondi gets involved and is like, oh, we can't get Kilmar Abrego Garcia back. That's not up to us. Keep tapping the screen. Can we all start tapping? We're kind of leveling off on the tapping. Can we all share the live with 10 people, please? Also, this is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to support me through tips and donations or ask a question, you are more than welcome. Oh, I need to reset the super chat goal. Thank you for reminding me. Also, follow me on all platforms. If you're not following me on TikTok, please follow me. Follow me on Twitch and subscribe. That's the word for follow on YouTube. But you can also... Oh my God, I can't even think of yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. I think I need to update the gift goal. Thanks for reminding me. This is really scary.
Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CB.
Thank you, President. Do you plan to ask President Bukele to help return?
That's Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin Collins was asking the questions no one had the guts to answer. And Trump was repeatedly, as this, if you watch these shit shows, oh my God, I said, yeah, I didn't mean to swear. Sorry, but that's what I would call this. Repeatedly, Caitlin Collins asks pointed questions and Trump attacks her over and over and over and devalues her intelligence, which means it's working.
Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CB.
Thank you, President. Do you plan to ask President Bukele to help return the man who your administration says was mistakenly deported? The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador?
Well, let me ask Pam, would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was...
Can't believe the Attorney General of the United States is lying. How scary is that? There was one bond hearing and the judges said, hey, a CI said you were a gang member. Obviously, you've never been to New York. It's probably not true, but you just remain in jail until your day in court. The attorney general, who's beholden to the ethics of the bar, is lying.
Illegally in our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork had needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President.
All these court documents are publicly available. I've read all the court documents. I've gone through them in other lives, which you could rewatch. I've posted the court documents. I've read through all of this is publicly available information. Pam Bondi's own DOJ is the one that said we made an administrative error. We never should have sent him. I just want to be clear. The irony of her lying like this is he can be deported. Just to be clear, what happened was he just couldn't be sent back to one place on earth, which is El Salvador. Because when he finally had his day in court, him and his witnesses credibly testified. They said, your life's in danger. The one place you cannot be ever sent to is El Salvador. That's what I'm saying. That's why this is such an error. If they were like, hey, we're just sending you to Puerto Rico. I mean, I don't know why not Puerto Rico, but like, let's say, the Dominican Republic, I don't know why they would take him, but that's fine. He just can't go back to the one place they mailed him. That's how you know it's wrong. There's only one place on earth. They could have sent him to Germany, anywhere, just not there.
That if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs. If they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it.
This is insane. And just trust me, this is why MAGA, on this one thing we need to band together. We are all in the same life raft. That's what they're setting the stage for this to happen to us, American citizens, to say, sorry, they're in another country. American courts have no jurisdiction. We can facilitate, but this dictator, if he doesn't let him out, nothing will happen. And you won't believe what he said. It gets worse. So here comes Caitlin Collins again. After Trump tries to SHIT on her, she's like, I've got another question that's going to make you upset because it's reality. And it just keeps getting scarier.
¿Usted lo liberaría, Presidente Bukele?
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm suppose you're not suggesting that I smuggle terrorists into the United States, right?
It's always
how can I smuggle? How can I return?
Is saying I can't smuggle a theist into the United States. This man is not a gang member, is not a convicted gang member. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I said this throughout today, but I've said it many times. Gilmar Abrego Garcia has never been charged with a crime in any country in the world. And he's saying he's a theist. He is not. But now they colluded and this is the plan. He's saying, if I smuggle a theist into the United States, I'm a criminal. This is what will happen to all of us as U.S. citizens. Well, I, as a dictator of another country, can't smuggle a criminal back into another country. I could be in trouble.
Him to the United States, like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
So you can release him inside El Salvador?
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. We're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. We just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
They'd love to have a criminal, released into our country.
There's a fascination.
They would love it. They're sick.
Both of these liars are colluding and saying they can't do it. Again, this man has never been charged with a crime. He's never been convicted of a crime. He fled El Salvador, and when he had his day in court, the immigration court here said, you have testified credibly, your witnesses are testified credibly, your life was in danger. The only place you can't be sent back to because you could be unalived was El Salvador. Now this monster has him and is calling him a theist and an unaliver. Do you understand? Yeah, Dream, likewise. She said, I literally feel like vomiting. And this could be any one of us. This is the future of America at this point. Like, please understand, this is not. Oh, and here. So Aaron Reichlin-Melnick is responding again. This is my favorite immigration genius lawyer. Let's break down how preposterous Bukele's response is. 1. Mr. Abrego has not broken any laws in El Salvador. He has zero criminal record in the world. He is being held in Secot on U.S. request. Bukele could release him anytime. No one needs to smuggle anyone. The U.S. could just parole him in as they do routinely. And this is, Trump is in direct defiance of the Supreme Court. And he's having Stephen Miller, and I'll show you, lie and pretend the Supreme Court ruled not 9-0 against him, but 9-0 in his favor. So here comes Caitlin Collins again, this is why I say I don't like CNN. I don't like for-profit media, but there are good reporters that work for these places. At least, why is it always women who are willing to push back?
You said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago. And they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You have no credibility. Please go ahead.
President Trump, thank you very much. How many illegal criminals are you?
I don't even know at this point what to say about this. Thank you, Just Number 13, for subscribing. I appreciate you so much. Did you hear that? I can't even. He's misogynist. He's a pathological liar. Why can't you just say thank you for keeping criminals out of the United States? Your own Department of Justice, 4 separate people in court documents said, hey, we mistakenly sent him there. Every court document, I've read them all. Again, he's never been he's never been accused of committing a crime. He's never been indicted for a crime anywhere in the world. Period. The only place on earth he couldn't be sent to because his life was in danger is exactly where they mailed him. Then 4 different people in the Justice Department admitted it was a mistake. And Trump's response is to dehumanize Caitlin Collins for a 3rd time and then say, why can't you say thank you for keeping criminals out of the United States? This is going to be any one of us very soon.
You said the court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago. And they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You have no credibility. Please go ahead.
President Trump, thank you very much. How many illegal criminals?
I just cannot. I don't even know what to say anymore about this. And then, if you think it's not going to get worse, it is. This is where he starts. He says it many times, and I didn't even include all the clips because I didn't have time. I had a whole other presentation planned today, but many times he starts talking about how he's going to send American citizens there. So if you think it can't be you, he's very much saying out loud today that that's what he's going to do. And the same lies. Turns out 75% of the people he sent there had no criminal records. Now he's saying, oh, it's just going to be the American citizen criminals. This is how it starts. This is the American Gestapo. Let's keep tapping the screen. Let's keep the energy up. We were over 400 and we've dropped down. If you would like to buy a subscription, please do. This is my Cash App and Venmo. If you like my work, please support it. I solely rely on tips and donations to keep it going, and I appreciate you all so very much. Okay, brace for impact because this is going to get weird. Oh yeah, I forgot. I knew I was going to say something else. Can everyone share the live with 10 people? And let's keep tapping the screen.
Are you willing to pay for those facilities to be opened if new ones were going to be built?
I'd do something. We'd help them out. Yeah, we help them. They're great facilities, very strong facilities, and they don't play games. I'd like to go a step further. I said it to Pam. I don't know what the laws are. We always have to obey the laws, but we also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but you'll have to be looking at the laws on that, Steve, okay?
This is not the only time he says this, and let me help you. And right now in everyone's heads, I know MAGAs, you're like, yeah, the criminals. No, this is how he started with the non-citizens, with the legal permanent residents. They aren't criminals. This is just what he says, and then he points at someone and disappears them. This has all happened before. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Trump didn't invent this. And this is, again, John Favreau. The law says you can't do that, but the president's team just made it clear minutes earlier that they won't abide by the law. They won't abide by a ruling from the Supreme Court. And in fact, they won't even be honest about what the ruling says. Can anyone explain what would stop them from sending innocent American citizens to a foreign prison forever? Nothing. I can help you. Nothing. Under this logic, unless, like I said, unless something significant with Congress and with the Supreme Court changes, there is absolutely nothing that will prevent him from sending American citizens there. Once your feet are not on U.S. soil, you no longer have a right to due process, and you will never be seen or heard from again. Oh, and I'll get back to this, but he starts, oh my God, Trump is a betrayer of many forms, and we'll get back to this later, but I want to just stay on the topic right now of what we're talking about, because I have a few more clips on it. Hold on. There's specifically a couple I just need us to hear. Oh, I accidentally put that twice. Oh, yeah. Here's Stephen Miller again. Trump brought him in. If you think Stephen Miller, and remember, I showed you that clip where Stephen Miller lied through his teeth. Gigi, thank you so much for the 5 giveaway subs. WGG in the chat, especially if you got a sub. You're so amazing, Gigi. Appreciate you so much. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 550K. And I just want to explain this. So if you think Stephen Miller went off on his own and said all that crazy stuff and said the Supreme Court ruled in Trump's favor. No, very clearly, this is orchestrated by Trump. He had Stephen Miller come in front of Bukele and say the same lie. So I just want to be very clear. This is all orchestrated and approved by Donald Trump.
I promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan to ask for it
Court's asking to. And what was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0
in our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time.
Well,
no version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it, per the court, can only be directed to him.
That is a lie. So what the Supreme Court ruling says is that the federal government needs to facilitate his return, and that upon that return, he needs to have access to the due process he should have had access to. And again, thank you, Kelly, for subscribing. Thank W. Kelly. You're amazing. And again, maybe he would after an immigration judge actually saw and heard his case. But just to be clear, an immigration judge already heard his case and ruled that the one place they mailed him on accident, he could not be sent. So yeah, maybe I guess he could be deported to another country. But then you have to understand, there are other laws around that. Other countries don't just you don't drop random people off from other countries. That's why when you're granted some form of protective status, that you don't just get mailed somewhere else. Like other countries take their deported citizens, not random people. So he needs to be brought back and have due process. What usually happens. Oh, and I don't want to skip around that. I thought I had one more. Let me just look and see on this topic if I have one more. Oh yeah, the scariest of all scaries. I mean,
You know that paper is more sophisticated now.
God, this is so awful. Oh yeah, and this is one of the ones I wanted to show you guys. This Aaron Reichland Melnick was posting this right before the live started. You can see it says 3 minutes when I screenshotted it. So 19-year-old Merwil Gutierrez was grabbed off the street in New York City days before he was sent to El Salvador. He was mailed to Secot, right? His family insists he has no connection to TDA. He doesn't even have any tattoos. He doesn't have a criminal record. This is just a 19-year-old that was taken off the street and disappeared, which we've never heard about his story. I looked this up and I was going to say, I'll send this story to everyone. This is not a great, if you want to screenshot his name and look up information about him. And I don't know if it was just me and there was something wrong, but when I tried to click on that story, I couldn't find the information in the story. I don't know. I don't suggest that, but his name is Merwil, Merwil Gutierrez. And this is the first I've heard of him. This is just another example of someone who was disappeared. This is a 19-year-old child. He doesn't even have any tattoos. So if there's no criminal record and no corroborating evidence, you're saying he's in a gang. The reason I'm saying that's important is the way the people, there's many other people who have no criminal record, like Andre, the gay makeup artist. And they're saying because he had a crown tattoo that said mommy and a crown tattoo that said dad, that he's a gang member. But this kid does not have a tattoo on his body. That's how they lie and say you are a gang member. So he's saying, why is this kid there? You can't even lie and say he has a tattoo. I'm sorry, a gang tattoo. I'm not saying they're lying about people having tattoos. The government's arguments against returning Abrego Garcia should make your blood run cold. Oh, thank you, MT Clark. Thank you for subscribing. W, I appreciate you so much. Look, 406 of 420. The government's arguments against returning Abrego Garcia should make your blood run cold. The government claims it can ship a person to a foreign jurisdiction, or if it can ship a person to a foreign jurisdiction, they're gone. There's no limiting principle. I like the way he words this. It can make these arguments for intentional renditions of U.S. citizens. This is going to be us one day. And I don't care if you're a fascist or you're the farthest progressive, I will fight for your rights to not be disappeared. Justice Sotomayor noted in her statement, oh my gosh, Jay Barrage, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, sent 10 giveaway subs. W, thank you so much. I'm gonna cry. This is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's amazing. And thank Jay Burrage or Barrage, Burrage, Jay Burrage, for the gifted subs, especially if you got one. Thank you so much. Justice Sotomayor noted this in her statement, but it's worse than she warns. The theory of Article 2 power here isn't limited to extraterritorial acts. The government could easily argue a court enjoining it from sending a citizen to a foreign prison would interfere with diplomacy. That's what she's saying. That's what Sotomayor was saying. The government's argument, moreover, implies that it could deport and incarcerate any person, including U.S. citizens, without legal consequence, so long as it does so before a court can intervene. Yeehaw! This is a Supreme Court justice, a member of the court of the highest in the land, saying this exact line of legal logic could deport any U.S. citizen. As long as it's before a court can intervene, they can be disappeared forever. Don't believe me. Believe a Supreme Court justice who put this in actual writing. So even if you want every non-citizen out of the U.S. are convinced Abrego Garcia is a gangbanger, like the people currently in power, think of the precedent this sets and how your enemies could wield it against you. That's why I follow this person. I was like, love the logic. Due process and judicial review are important. Not just important. It's the most sacred thing we have in democracy. Any of us could be hauled off. Trump could have a bad day. He could develop dementia and point at you and say you did something, and you are gone. One more thing shouldn't be lost in this discussion. The government makes a subtle dig at the court. It could get Garcia back if it wanted, if it weren't motivated to set this precedent. Bukele is meeting with the president today. One word and Garcia would be back. Yet. It is now public information that the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, is currently in the United States and will be meeting with President Donald Trump on Monday, April 14th, 2025. Could have given him a ride on his mother effing plane. But Trump is operating outside of the bounds of legality, 100%. And just pray one day you are not caught up in it. The Trump administration is claiming that they can pay El Salvador to imprison anyone. And once the person enters Salvadorian custody, no matter how illegal it was to get them there, there is nothing any judge in the United States can do to order them to bring the person back. Period. Including U.S. citizens. And don't believe me, believe the Supreme Court justice that said, just to be clear, the legal precedent says they can do this to U.S. citizens. And this is what I was talking about. Okay, when I said, you heard him say it once, hey, build some more prisons for the homegrowns, for the U.S. citizens. Then they're like whispering to each other, walking around. And like, to me, this was even more disturbing and more eerie when he said it like this.
Demanded the people wanted to change everything, and they wanted. He demanded they love you, they love what you do. I'm not sure support. I want him to do, for homegrown criminals next. Yeah. I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns built. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right. It's not big enough. No, yeah, come on. So
he's saying the homegrowns are next. You got to build 5 more prisons. We have a lot of them. He's saying again, but laughing with Bukele, the U.S. citizens are next. Build 5 more prisons. We have a lot of them. Every single thing. And MAGA, I know some of you aren't even extremists, or let's say the moderate Republicans that voted for Trump. Every single thing you said was hyperbolic has come to pass. Every single solitary thing you all said would never happen. You think when he renounced reciprocal tariffs that helped? Do you understand that we still, and actually let's get to that. Let's talk about it, because I think now that we've gotten through that, I think talking about how we're all going to be bankrupt is a great thing. Oh, actually, since I'm right here next to it, I love when someone shows me something I had no idea about. And David Pakman made this video today, and I was like, I didn't even know about this. Tulsi Gabbard's in trouble. But let's be clear. That's not trouble, because there's no rule of law in this country. So what we've learned is if you are powerful, if you have money, you can commit crimes, right? Now, remember that the SAVE Act is in the Senate, right? Non-citizens voting, and again, MAGA, I know you think brown people are after you and have entered this country to vote, but it's just not, data doesn't bear that out. Just like there's no statistical correlation between immigration and crime, non-citizen voting is not a thing. You were just told it was. It's literally almost statistically non-existent. People who've been convicted of it almost don't exist. Cases where it was brought to people's attention are few and far between. I actually have a PDF I'm going to send everyone, and specifically talking about non-citizen voting. We could talk about how the SAVE Act will affect women. That's separate. But non-citizen voting, I have a PDF from the Brennan Center of Justice that I actually was going to talk about in my live with facts today. And I'm going to right now send it to everyone in the Discord. It's called Non-Citizen Voting, The Missing Millions. And this, I just want to be clear, this is focusing on instances of people claiming it happened, not convictions, because there's no the Heritage Foundation's tracks people convicted of, or not convicted, but like indicted for attempting or being convicted. And that's next to no one. This is about like attempts, which is also next to nothing. But again, so this is a PDF from the Brennan Center for Justice called Non-Citizen Voting, The Missing Millions. And it's only like 7 pages. So if you're like, oh God, I can't read this. No, it's pretty simple. Ew, it doesn't look pretty. Sorry. I don't know. I think I just copied and pasted it. I don't know why it. Someone make sure you can open. Let me know if you can open that or if it's not okay. Can anyone open that link? Oh no, is it working now? Can everyone open that link? I'm just gonna resend it. I'm just waiting for someone to tell me they can open it. I don't know why it looks like that. Paste. Just sending it one more time. Yeah, never mind. I sent it. But anyways, so I sent that to everyone. Again, it's a analysis on non-citizen voting and how it's not happening. So take a look at that. But again, this is the class system we're developing, where if you have money or power or both, you can commit crimes. And just like, there's this huge law against voting remotely, and we know who voted remotely in Congress, Byron Donalds. Turns out Tulsi Gabbard did a little voting crime. Are you guys going to hold her accountable? My guess is no. My guess is Tulsi Gabbard will not be held accountable for this.
There's a little problem for Tulsi. Tulsi Gabbard is now Donald Trump's director of national intelligence. She swore under oath last year that she is a resident of the state of Texas. And then in November of 2024, she voted in Hawaii. Yes. According to a new CNN investigation, Tulsi Gabbard and her husband bought a house near Austin, Texas. They filed official documents declaring themselves residents of the state of Texas. That also lets them claim a Texas homestead tax exemption. That is something only available, in theory, to people living in a property as their primary residence, which is where you vote. And then Tulsi Gabbard cast her vote in Hawaii, a state whose voting laws are very clear. If you take a homestead exemption somewhere else, like Texas, that's a signal that you have abandoned your Hawaii residency, meaning you can't vote here. So what's going on here? Because either Tulsi lied when she said she was a Texas resident to get the homestead exemption, or she lied by voting in Hawaii after officially moving to Texas. Both things can't be kosher. You can't have it both ways. And to make this even more absurd, Tulsi's lawyers have come up with an explanation. They say, no. She never meant to stop being a Hawaii resident, despite the fact that when you swear an oath in Texas that your new house is your permanent home and declare a homestead exemption, you are saying exactly that. There's a little problem.
That's fine, because she works for Trump and she is powerful and has money. So that's fine, I'm sure. I'm sure nothing will happen to her. But I guarantee you, if an undocumented immigrant did this, this would be the headline on Fox News, right? I mean, you can imagine. Or let's say if it turned out a Democrat in Congress did this. This would be all over Fox News. This Democrat in Congress illegally voted. That's all we would hear about. But as long as and we talked about this, it's very similar to 1930s Germany. As long as you commit crimes, no matter how violent, no matter how illegal, and it's in service of Hitler or Donald Trump, it's not a crime. And if you have money, you're not a criminal, right? If you can pay, to get out of crime, if you can pay for a pardon, you'll never be a criminal. Only the poor are criminals in fascism and authoritarianism. I mean, quite literally. I have so many things to show. Let me just decide which direction we are going in, because, man, do I have a lot of things to talk about. Oh, I do, and I love Oh That's Rich. Let me play I have a couple creator videos. Oh, I didn't screenshot the one before. And I love Oh That's Rich. I'll show you his profile. I know I've played several of his videos, but just because I know people are going to ask, it's OHH, that's Rich. I mean, I assume we all know who he is by now. He makes great videos. I mean, highly recommend if you don't follow Oh That's Rich. He uses a lot of data. Very interesting. Follow him. But this is just, it was a couple days ago. Trump was muttering about how he saved us from the egg crisis. I don't know if you know, we have not been saved from any egg crisis. As a matter of fact, the wholesale price of eggs is going up again. And I'd actually hadn't seen this reported on. So I love when a creator tells me something that like I rarely like had no clue about. And I mean, I should have known. I should have known that this was the case. Isn't this always the case in America?
I can almost guarantee you missed this headline, because if you hadn't, you wouldn't be watching me on your phone right now, because you would have yeeted your phone directly into the wall. But if you're one of the millions of Americans pissed off about high egg prices, you need to hear this, because we just found out the nation's largest egg supplier just reported quarterly profits of $509 million. That is 3 times their quarterly profit for the same quarter last year. In fact, before egg prices went absolutely egg shit, this company's average quarterly profit was $5 million. But for the last 4 quarters, that jumped to $169 million per quarter on average. And this all happened because egg prices tripled while the government was giving bailout money to egg producers to help offset the losses. Money that was given to those producers to help keep prices down. But you know why prices didn't stay down? Because nobody said they had to. That's it. That's free market capitalism. And it is a perfect example of one of the greatest Republican lies of the past century. That lie being that the government shouldn't regulate businesses because through free market capitalism, businesses and industries will regulate themselves. The theory is that if you make food and then that food poisons people, then people won't buy your food and they'll buy food from people who don't poison you. Then eventually, after a whole bunch of people are poisoned to death, there will only be companies that don't make poisoned food. Theoretically, this is great, right? As long as you're not one of the people who died. But in reality, this just doesn't happen. Not ever, not once, not reliably. Instead, the same thing is what just happened with egg farms and egg prices. The biggest players in any given space survive the things that take out the smaller players. Then those biggest players use that scarcity to drive up the price. The exact same thing that happened after the Great Recession. All the little builders and developers went belly up. So the biggest developers that were still left, they snatched up properties and homes for pennies on the dollar. And those corporate landlords jack up your rent while paying lobbyists to blame government for not building more houses. The moral of the story, of course, being that the free market is a rabid wild animal, and thus regulations exist for a reason. While they're far from perfect, it seems Democrats are the only ones interested in implementing them.
That, I mean, God, I love his mind. Oh, and again, in case you're just like, oh, who's that again? I didn't see. It's Oh That's Rich, and it has two H's in O. I just love how he uses data. I mean, just nailed it on crony capitalism, nailed it why we have to regulate corporations and incentivize good behavior, because they will not do it on their own. No. That why we are paying, I can't remember, I think wholesale eggs are almost at $7 a dozen right now, again. And Trump's claiming victory of the egg prices. A corporation is claiming record profits yet again. And that is what Kamala Harris was saying that she was going to stop. And they called her a communist, which, by the way, communists, there are no corporations, there are no borders, there's no government, there's certainly no president. So that couldn't possibly be true. But stopping corporations and billionaires from robbing us is not communism. Period. Making people accountable for defrauding American citizens is not communism. Just to be vastly clear on that. And I want to show this Robert Reich video that I have. I want to make sure I get the right one, though. Yes, he made this amazing. I love when he does this, but this is something I think is super important. He was talking. Here, sorry, I forgot. You can't see right now. Here we go. If you're just, Robert Reich is the former labor secretary for Clinton, also our de facto cult leader, as Trump and Republicans gear up to pass even more tax cuts. This is happening very soon, within the month, right? This big, beautiful bill that will bankrupt our country and steal from the middle and lower class to give corporation and billionaires a tax cut. Again, if you don't make over $360,000 a year, you will be paying more. You have a tax increase. And don't forget, that's in addition to the 10% blanket tariffs and all the other ridiculous tariffs on top of that. So every time you're at the cash register, you will also be paying to make sure that billionaires and corporations don't have to pay. So in anticipation for passing Trump's big, beautiful bill that steals from the poor to give the rich more, it's important to debunk 3 myths that trickle-down economics are based on. And I love this because I cannot stand any statistical analysis. And let me help you, MAGA. I know you can't do math, but AI will do it for you now. We'll do the math. From 1980, all we have had since Reagan said the future and will save, trickle down economics will save us, the only thing that has happened are trickle up economics, period. I'm not talking about look at data you don't understand and say asinine things like between 2021 and 2023, wage growth increased. Yes, but then you would have to intelligently tie that to what was happening. I always show videos of Mr. Global just lighting people up who are like, oh, look, Trump increased oil production during this time, or oil production decreased under Biden. And he'll be like, no, that's when the power grid froze, right? Let me help you. Unless you have to directly tie reality to what you're seeing on a chart. You don't just look at random numbers and say, hey, I just found this and this means Trump did something good or Biden did something bad. That's not how it works if you have a brain. And this is very important for all of us to understand. Let's all tap the screen. We are almost to 600K. Thank you so much. We are 4 subscriptions away from 420. For some reason, I was about to be like, it's almost Friday. It is not Friday. It is Monday. But maybe later we can all be at 420.
To the extent the Republican Party has any economic platform at all, it's trickle-down economics. Now, unfortunately for the GOP, it's based on 3 giant myths. It's time to debunk them once and for all.
Do you see that's Reagan's head? I just noticed that.
Tax cuts for corporations and the rich create more and better jobs. Wrong. Corporations used Trump's giant tax cut to buy back shares of their own stock and boost share prices. From 2017 to 2018, stock buybacks increased by a staggering 50%. Lowe's spent $10 billion on stock buybacks in 2018 and then fired thousands of workers with no notice or severance. Walmart and AT&T also laid off thousands of workers. And contrary to the claim that the tax cut would boost wages,
around a $4,000 pay raise.
A recent analysis found that in the year after the Trump tax cut, wages increased by about the same as they did before it, and then slowed. Tax cuts for rich individuals don't trickle down either. The rich simply get richer. 2 years before Ronald Reagan's first tax cut, the richest 1% of Americans owned less than 23% of the nation's wealth. A decade later, after 2 rounds of tax cuts for the rich, they owned over 28%. By 2019, after more tax cuts for the rich by George W. Bush and Donald Trump, people at the top owned almost 35% of America's wealth. Meanwhile, average wealth barely budged for the middle class and went negative for the bottom 10%. It gets worse. During the pandemic alone, America's 664 billionaires added $1.3 trillion to their collective wealth and now own over $4 trillion. That's almost double the wealth of the bottom half, 165 million Americans. But nothing has trickled down. Even before the pandemic, wages stagnated. Tax cuts for corporations and the rich spur more economic growth. Baloney. Not even Ronald Reagan's surging economic growth rate was driven by tax cuts. It was driven by low interest rates and humongous government spending. George W. Bush promised his 2001 and 2003 tax cuts would pay for themselves. Remember that? By spurring economic growth. Well, that didn't happen. A 2017 study led by one of Bush's former chief economists found that the tax cuts had no significant effect on growth. In fact, growth declined, slowing to just 2.8% from over 3% during the Clinton years. The economic expansion under Bush was one of the weakest expansions since World War II. Donald Trump claimed his tax cut would be like rocket fuel for the economy and would spur annual growth of 3%. After its first year, in fact, growth declined. Finally, a recent study analyzing tax data spanning 50 years from 18 advanced economies found that tax cuts for the rich only benefited the rich and had no effect on job creation or economic growth. I, for one, am shocked. Deregulation spurs economic growth. Well, that's just more rubbish. The cost savings from deregulation go to corporate executives and major investors, while the costs and risks land on the rest of us. Trump's Environmental Protection Agency rolled back regulations on everything from clean air and water standards to dangerous chemicals and products, benefiting chemical and fossil fuel executives and investors while forcing everyone else to deal with polluted air and toxins. His Labor Department loosened child labor laws and scaled back the number of workers eligible for overtime pay. Companies raked in savings while workers were exploited. And with the help of Congress, he rolled back banking regulations put in place after the 2008 financial crisis to the benefit of rich Wall Streeters and the detriment of everyone else. Don't forget, Ronald Reagan's deregulatory agenda allowed for-profit healthcare companies to flourish, contributing to the out-of-control healthcare costs we are now saddled with today. And remember, deregulation of the financial sector was a major cause of the 2008 crash, as it allowed banks to make risky bets. In other words, the Republican trickle-down claim that deregulation helps us all is baloney. Regulations that protect you and me from being harmed or fleeced or shafted, injured or sickened by corporate profits and services are worth the cost. So don't fall for trickle-down nonsense. Making big corporations and the rich even richer through tax cuts and regulatory rollbacks doesn't make the rest of us any better off. It just makes big corporations and the rich even richer.
And I just want to help you. I love that that's Reagan's head. I did not notice that when I was screen recording this earlier. I just want to help you. You can fight all you want, MAGA. You can try to find obscure ways to be Trump's defense lawyer. You can believe you're a temporary embarrassed millionaire. Anything you want to believe does not change any of this. I've ran statistical analysis many ways. You can say, my cousin came up and now is a millionaire. That's cool. It doesn't change the facts. Like, I was very successful in capitalism. I'm an outlier. It doesn't matter. The middle class is still losing wealth. It's still being transferred to the top of the economy. Period. You are still being robbed. It doesn't matter what lie you tell yourself to rationalize why you are supporting the people who are directly hurting you. It does not matter. You are still being robbed. So when you go to sleep and you say, oh, women have tiny brains and shouldn't know what she's talking about. No, I'm right. And you are just rationalizing. You are rationalizing away. Trump's tax cuts didn't lead to anything trickling down. It led to the debt that we're in. Do you know who lowered the deficit? Biden. Quite literally, Biden. After recovering from the pandemic, lowered the deficit. Trump doesn't lower the deficit. He spends, right? And I say this all the time. Trump actually is pretty consistent. Like, how he ran businesses is how he runs the government. He leaves with something and leaves everyone else in the lurch, right? He drives businesses and governments into the ground. He takes and takes and takes. No one has anything left. Oh, yeah, we're still under Trump's tax cuts. And he's increasing them for people who make over $360,000. And where are those no tax on tips? Where's that no tax on Social Security? Which, by the way, will only further bankrupt. Let me help us. If you care about the debt, which, let me tell you something. If you care about the debt, the deficit, then you would oppose Donald Trump. He's driving us further into debt. If you believe we are going to save $1, we are not. We are spending more money under Trump, money that your children think. One of the things I'm most proud of is I don't have any dependents. The only thing I've ever agreed with that Nikki Haley said was in the primary when she said our children will never forgive us for the debt. And she was talking about Donald Trump's first term. And compared to the first term, I mean, we are going into unforeseen debt of which we will never recover. Our debtors, the people that hold our debt, hate us now. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous, the position that Trump is driving us into. And whatever you've got to tell yourself to make it okay, go ahead, say it in your head. It's not real, though. Like, that's the reality of what's happening. Any rationalization, cognitive dissonance, it doesn't change the truth. It just means you're ignorant. And these are just some more things. Like, Robert Reich was going off, like, just with stats. And I was like, oh, I need to screenshot these and share them. The United States is the richest country in the history of the world. But who benefits from these riches? That's why I love when MAGA's like, we're making America great. Not for you, weirdo. Not for you. It was never great for you. You are delusional. It's great for who? Not you. Consider the richest 10% of America hold nearly 70% of the nation's wealth. I always say this, 60% of the nation's wealth is completely inherited. We cannot even touch it. 60% is inherited. While the bottom 50% of America, that's us people, hold 3% of America's wealth. You're in the same life preserver as the rest of us with nothing. You're a temporarily embarrassed millionaire, but you believe Trump loves you. I love seeing all these FAFO videos of Donald Trump. I know you didn't mean to hurt my small business. Yes, you did. You know who got exceptions on Friday night? Billionaires. For some reason, they didn't include you. He's making America great for rich people. Not for you, for the 1% in corporation. America's great. You're a mark. Under the Trump budget plan that just passed by Congress, a staggering 70% of House Republicans, 70% of House Republicans would personally, financially benefit from extending major tax loopholes. I wonder why they would vote for that. 70% of Republicans. This is bipartisan. More money for them, paid for by cuts to your benefits. We have to get money out of Congress or out of politics in general. We have to end Citizens United. We don't have objective people even voting in Congress anymore. We've got people consolidating wealth. The stock portfolios of more than 24 members of Congress. I always take us through the unusual whales report every year when it comes out. For some reason, members of Congress keep outperforming the market. Stock portfolios of more than 24 members of Congress outperformed the market in 2024. I literally took us page by page through this very obviously illegal trading. This isn't due to luck or skill. Lawmakers can use privileged information to trade stocks while they're supposed to be working for you. Make no mistake, it's legalized corruption. We have to ban stock trading in Congress. Why would they ever vote for us? Why would they do anything to benefit us when they can accept lobbyist money and then make a fortune while sitting there? Oh, I thought this was interesting. This is Representative Rob for Pennsylvania. He represents, I don't know. Hold on. This local ABC will tell us. This is disgusting.
Now, Representative Rob Bresnahan, a freshman Republican from northeastern Pennsylvania, even campaigned on banning stock trading. And then, after his inauguration, the website Capital Trade says he proceeded to make 264 stock trades worth $2.69 million. Must be nice, all since January. Now, a cynic would suggest members of Congress are so good at trading stocks because they are the insiders behind the passage of laws in this country that impact every single industry, that they know things before the American public and even Wall Street traders do.
That is disgusting. If you are in Congress, you need to be a public servant like AOC, who accepts no lobbyist money and holds no stock positions. And I mean, doesn't have her family make trades for her like Marjorie Taylor Greene, doesn't have a financial advisor making trades for them. If you want to be a public servant, be a public servant. I've said this before. 1 week ago today, Donald Trump made $410 million just off his own stock. I don't know about everything else. Just off his own stock when he manipulates the market. You guys accuse Joe Biden. Joe Biden has no money. Trump has made millions and millions of dollars sitting in office, and you won't hold him accountable. There are huge transfers of wealth happening to the top of the economy. You are being robbed, and you sit there and say, that's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine at all. Wake up. Oh, I don't know who this, well, let me just, her name is, this is the first time I've ever seen her, but her name on TikTok, in case you've never seen, it's censored but correct. Literally exactly like the words are spelled. So it's censored but correct. This is the first time I've seen a video of hers, but she made some good points.
People are pissed, and they're following the money trail. Exhibit A, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She scooped up a bunch of stocks during Dumpy's manufactured market downturn, all of which miraculously benefited from the move.
Oh, and I'll just say this about that. Public stock trades, congressional stock trades are publicly disclosed. So one fiscal month later, this is all going to come out. Anyone who benefited, who made money, I can't even, Marjorie Taylor Greene last Monday or around that time, anyone who used Trump's very obvious pattern of market manipulation to get rich, we will know. Like that, whatever that guy's name is, I didn't even know who that person was. What's his name? Some Rob guy from Pennsylvania. Like this guy who's made $200-something million since January. This is a freshman in Congress. And let me tell you, the richest people in Congress are like Rick Scott and Dan Goldman, and they only have like 200-something million. I mean, I'm telling you, this guy made himself like one of the richest people in Congress. Get him out and investigate him. What the F is going on?
Now, Representative.
People are pissed, and they're following the money trail. Exhibit A, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She scooped up a bunch of stocks during Dumpy's manufactured market downturn, all of which miraculously benefited from the move. We're talking perfectly timed trades. How convenient. At 9:37 a.m., he posts, "It's a great time to buy DJT." Not only are they his initials, they're the stock ticker for his failing shell company. And because he has the intelligence of a petulant toddler, he doesn't seem to grasp that his unhinged posts are court exhibits with timestamps. And less than 4 hours later, he announces a tariff pause. And the stock, despite losing over $400 million last year, spikes. And because Dumpy owns 53% of that company, he made $415 million in one day. Meanwhile, Tesla, which has been free-falling for months, suddenly surges too, adding another $36 billion to Alonia's wealth, so he can continue to fund the demise of America. We already know that Dumpy is a sociopath with the emotional intelligence of a wet sock. But now he's so drunk on power, he can't even see the trap that he stepped into. Because here's where it gets good. Letitia James. That's right. The very same black woman who has already stripped him of $500 million and banned him from doing business in the state of New York. The one he's tried to smear, belittle, and silence. See, here's the thing. She has jurisdiction over any insider trading that happens on the New York Stock Exchange, including this one.
It's the beauty of the Southern District of New York, where the financial markets are located, being in your jurisdiction. And it might not be now, it might be, I don't care if it's post-mortem, but Trump is going to be investigated and found out for all of these crimes. All of these crimes, quite honestly. I mean, I can't believe I have to sit there. I can't remember, was it this morning in Faxes Live where someone was like, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. Oh, it was someone in the chat who's like a Trump supporter was like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and I feel like it was like ridiculous. Oh, and Biden are rich, and I was like, Joe Biden is not rich. I was like, Nancy Pelosi comes from money, like a long line of politicians and business people in San Francisco, like generations. Like everyone knows that. Not only that, but she's also married to a very wealthy man. Like all you'd have to do is do a Google search. And like Chuck Schumer, I don't even know, but I also don't. I mean, who cares? Chuck Schumer just needs to go. We could all collectively work together and get Trump out. Oh, this is a little bit off topic, but also really important. This is another thing. I guess David Pakman told me something I didn't know, as did Greg Casar. And if you don't know, this is the chair of the Progressive Caucus. He represents a district in Texas, and he was on Brian Tyler Cohen's show. I didn't know about Tulsi Gabbard voting, but this is even more important. I did not know about this.
The biggest news that you probably haven't heard of is that Donald Trump must, by law, fire Elon Musk in 50 days. So 50 days from now, Elon Musk is no longer allowed to continue his reign of terror. And the reason that Elon Musk has been allowed to funnel billions of dollars to his own companies, to run cabinet meetings while having all these conflicts of interest, is because they're exploiting something called a, quote, special government employee. And this is a special designation that essentially lets you live in this kind of corruption zone for 130 days. But then you have to leave the federal government after those 130 days. So the clock is ticking. I led an effort with over 75 other House Democrats to make clear to Donald Trump that he frankly should have fired Elon Musk yesterday. But if he doesn't fire Elon Musk by May 30th, then they are in very clear violation of the law, and we will use every tool at our disposal, from the courts to the Congress to public pressure. The biggest.
No, nobody knew that, right? I was like, what are you talking about? I had no idea. Someone said that, I didn't know Greg Casar represented Texas. Yes, he is. He is in district. Does anyone know offhand what district Greg Casar is in? I used to know, but 35. House District, Texas District 35. So yeah, Greg Casar is from Texas, but he's always everywhere doing an amazing job. Remember, he's the one that held a town hall in Chip Roy's district and had a paper cutout of Chip Roy, like behind a table. Yeah, that was him. Ooh, you guys, we're making plans. Sorry, I'm just talking to facts. We are going to plan a town hall. Due to the heightened speed of Trump eroding our constitutional rights and making it now legal to deport us all. I know facts still matter, and I have been talking about how we were planning it for the midterms to do a series of virtual town halls, but I think we're going to speed up that plan and do it sooner. And the plan is to have, I'm sorry, I'm kind of off topic, but I just am excited because we're texting about it. You should get on a group call sometime soon. Yeah, it's happening. And just to be clear, it's not just going to be Fax and I doing a town hall. It'll be like Fax, me, like Matt, USMC Angry Vet, like Mandy, like Potty Mouth Pollyanna, like Dr. Dan, like creators. And it's going to be a virtual town hall. So it's going to be, it'll be on TikTok, probably a lot of platforms, right? But we're going to get on a planning. Fax and I are talking. I mean, due to the nature of Trump, full on going off the rails with Bukele, who knows how long we'll all be in prison at this point or outside in this country. So we were going to do these town halls like leading up to the midterms, but I think we're going to step up the timeline. So we're going to do a planning call. Matt just texted me too. He's in. So this is shaping up to be, we need to rail against the erosion of democracy. Yeah, JS, I'm not really going to talk about that, but no. Yeah, sorry. I'm not going to get to the nature of it, but no, absolutely not. And that's not just from me. That's going to be a hard no from a lot of creators. And yeah, like pretty much everyone. But yeah, so we're going to, and I don't know if you were there for Matt and I's live last week, which I assume we'll be doing again tomorrow. Again, like, we talked a lot about because someone asked, what are we all doing on April 19th? Like April 20th, right? There's this report that's being generated. Like, you know, Trump is basically going to have a bunch of military people declare that there's an official, like, put together a real government report and declare that we're officially being invaded, even though we heard Trump himself in the Oval Office today say, oh no, like there's no invasion. We basically sealed off the southern border. But, you know, Matt talks a lot about this. Jolly was on the live on last Tuesday, talking about this as well, that, you know, and how many times have I told you that Trump is going to find a reason to use the Insurrection Act to declare martial law. And at that point, like we see with Netanyahu, you don't have to, I mean, he's been declaring national emergency after national emergency. The next step is martial law. So I do think and based on what we saw today with Bukele in the White House, like we just really need, I mean, if we're going to make a stand, time is very much of the essence. Absolutely. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. And like, if we need volunteers or need help, but yeah, we're going to be planning like a series of virtual town halls. And it was going to be focused around the midterms, but I think initially it's going to be focused on the erosion of our constitutional rights and of our rights specifically to due process. Because, like I said, we can take a stand. You could say, oh, well, this is just brown people. No, this is all of us. If you understand the U.S. Constitution, we have all lost the rights to due process, and we have to take an immediate stand. Like, this is insane. Oh, I have some things I want to show you. Which I want to talk about. I have to talk about these tariffs because we have to get into it. But specifically, I want to talk about the exceptions, right? I can't tell you how many times I heard MAGA saying the deregulation is to help small business owners. No, it's not. None of it is, right? Guess who got a reprieve from tariffs? Billionaires, not small business owners, right? Small business owners are still going to suffer. And Chris Murphy, and we all love him, made a great video on this. I have a couple, but I think it's important to get this point of Trump is now making exceptions for people like Tim Apple. It's unacceptable.
Donald Trump just announced a massive series of exemptions to the tariffs, and the exemptions are good for the multi-billion-dollar companies that are paying Trump money. So Trump has announced that there are not going to be tariffs on high-tech electronics that are being imported from China. Well, the tariffs remain on textiles and coffee and fruit and vegetables. That makes no sense at all as economic policy. We want the high-tech jobs in the United States. So why on earth are we lifting the tariffs for the high-tech jobs and keeping the tariffs on for socks and underwear? The reason is the companies that make the high-tech products that profit off the cheap labor in China, they're giving money to Donald Trump. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, getting one of the biggest exemptions, he gave $1 million personally to Donald Trump for the inauguration. All these other companies have millions of dollars worth of high-priced lobbyists. So if you're a company that can donate money to Donald Trump, if you're a company that can afford the big lobbyists, you don't have tariffs applied to you anymore. But if you're an industry that doesn't have political power or isn't paying off Donald Trump, the tariffs still apply. More evidence that the tariffs have nothing to do with rebuilding American jobs. It's not trade policy. It's not economic policy. It's just a political tool to enrich Donald Trump's friends and screw the rest of us.
Absolutely. Like I said, if you're rich, You never commit a crime. You can pay for a pardon. If you're rich, tariffs don't affect you. You can get an exemption. If you're rich, you have $5 million. You can immigrate to the U.S. You can get an immigration gold card. We are ordering our society that says, hey, extreme wealth, you have value. Everyone else, you have no value. And it's absurd and it's wrong. And I love Chris Murphy standing up in videos. I'm feeling that. I have a couple videos I get to play, but I want to show, I don't know if you guys have seen these videos, and I want to make sure I show them because I just don't think people understand that I made the goals go away. I don't think people understand the trade war with China is not going to work. We're not going to win the trade war with China. I love this. Xi reading The Art of the Deal. But more importantly, I just want to show you have you seen all these videos of people from China just laughing at us? Oh, sorry, I forgot this is a screenshot.
From China, let me show you the United States products in my home. Nothing. Do you have something from China in your home?
Yeah, we're not going to survive this trade war. It's not going to end well for us. Here's another example. And if you don't know this is a whole cross section of TikTok that has now sprung up of Chinese manufacturers basically going around the US companies they manufacture for and showing Americans how to circumvent and get products for cheap. I'll show you that in a second. I'll show you Birkin as an example, but I thought this one was amazing.
There's little evidence of a trade war at the Jiahao Flag Company in Anhui Province. Workers bustle and sewing machines hum. A current hot seller, blue and white banners declaring the centerpiece of Trump's re-election campaign.
What I'm making here now is the Trump banner. I know that he's the U.S. president. Every day we must produce over 1,000 of this. We already made so many batches of them.
The banners highlight a paradox in China-U.S. relations under the current Trump administration. At about $1 a piece, even the suppliers to the Trump campaign can't resist the low price. The factory also made banners for his 2016 campaign and said its business has been great since then.
Buy American and hire American.
Trump has long railed against Chinese imports and launched a controversial trade strategy this year to punish Beijing. Yet his move is merely making America...
I wonder if he's paying the tariffs on his Trump Bibles that costs 2 cents to make.
...America more expensive. The U.S. Department of Commerce said flax and other textile products will be subject to a 10% levy. One seller said that would be enough to double the price of a Make America Great Again hat to $20 a pop. And his hardline stance towards China could eventually repel suppliers like the Jiahao Flag Company.
Personally, this is my own feeling, but if he continues to demand tariff increases as he has been doing, I definitely would not be able to accept more orders. That's because everyone can have a patriotic heart, so we won't let him improve his own economy, while us Chinese just shoot ourselves in the foot.
Holistic podiatry. She's like, I'm not doing this for much longer.
I know that Trump's tariffs targeting China will have some effect, but we're not worried at all since we're producing foreign flags every single day.
If Trump's midterm election rallies have no flags to fly, there's only one man to blame. Sun Tianyuan, CGTN.
What a great clip there at the end. Amazing reporting. And I want to just show you, there's a whole cross section of TikTok now where Chinese manufacturers are basically undercutting American businesses to devalue American corporations. And Birkin's not American, but that's the point. They're just showing American consumers, hey, here you can get all of these products you pay exorbitant amounts for. Here's how you can get them for nothing. Cut out the middleman. They're trying to devalue the American marketplace. And it's pretty much working. China is currently exposing all the European luxury brands with TikTok videos, confirming that over 80% of luxury items being bought at ridiculous prices are made in China and only packaged in Europe. And they're basically saying, like, here's how you can get these things for free to make sure. Because, like we talk about, America is the number one largest marketplace. It's where people bring their goods, mark them up, and sell them to American consumers. We're the consumers. So China's basically saying, here's how you can get all this stuff and bankrupt American business or in business interests in the American marketplace.
This Birkin bag at Hermes boutique will cost you 38,000 USD. But what is the real cost out of the factory? Today, I'm going to break it down in front of you step by step. First thing first, Hermes only use the leathers from the 3 top-level suppliers. One is called Muti from Italy. The second is Whining from Germany. And the third is Haas from France. One piece of Togo leather, the same leather as this one, will cost 450 USD. And one piece of the leather is only enough to make one Birkin, okay? The thread. And of course, for Hermes Birkin, the thread is also the best top level. It's called Fil au Chinois from France. This is actually the Rolls Royce in thread. For each bag, the cost is 25 USD. And then the hardware. See, this hardware is called 316 hardware. It's also known as the ocean stainless steel because it can withstand the erosion of seawater. It's the best stainless steel. For one piece of bag, the hardware will cost 150 USD. The edge oil. This edge oil is imported from Italy. It's called heat steel edge oil. For each bag, it will cost 50 USD. The interior lining, it used lambskin imported from France. For each bag, the cost will be 100 USD. And also inside, there is a zipper from Riri brand. And the zipper for one bag is 10 USD. And then the cost of human resource. The French artisans is much more expensive than Chinese artisans. To finish one bag, the human resource cost will be 600 USD. The package, this is not that expensive, it's 10 USD. So now to sum those up, the total cost will be 1,400 USD for one Birkin out of factory. But why Hermes will charge you 38,000 USD for one bag? That's because more than 90% of the price is paid for its logo. But if you do not care about the logo, you just want the same quality, same material, you can just buy from us. Because for our bags, we use exactly the same material, same leather, same hardware, same edge oil. The only difference is one, we don't have the logo, so we don't have to pay so much amount of money just for that logo. And second, our human resource is much cheaper. This is why this bag from our factory only costs you 1,000 USD, but even better quality and craftsmanship.
I mean, there are thousands of these videos. This is like a coordinated effort by Chinese manufacturers to devalue the US marketplace. And there are videos where they literally are saying, you want this, here is where you get it. You want to source this, here is where you get it. Like I'm saying, I would invite everyone. It's fascinating. Again, this is a whole section of TikTok. I would just say, look up Chinese manufacturers. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things you can get that you never knew. And it's direct, like they say, like, here is the website, like, here is how you source these things. For them to make a Birkin without the actual Hermes label, it costs like $1,400, I think. And then it's $38,000 that they sell it for. So he's like, yeah, you can just get it from us. And this was just someone else reposting the video. I think he had more information, but I didn't get this from TikTok. Like I said, I got this off X where someone's like in the fashion industry was like, holy shit. Like, cause they're doing this to luxury brands, all sorts of, it's fascinating. If you want to like source a manufacturer, any information you can get to like give the average American like a way to afford things cheaper and to cut out like American businesses and to punish Trump. Like that's what they're doing. Thank you so much, Ave, from Jinxo. Thanks for the education. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much. I love learning anything about this because I've long been fascinated because I actually learned that like Alibaba, those have like on Alibaba, because I thought that was like a lot of, Chinese manufacturers. It's not. It's actually third-party U.S. companies still upcharging things. Let me see if I can find the video. I don't even think I included it in here, but like it's actually, let me go outside the presentation, see if I can find the video, because it's actually, a lot of this is really interesting. I learned, you go down a rabbit hole, you learn, oh, maybe I don't have it. Here, this is the one I have, but let me see. Yeah, I think this, again, I just say, find this section of TikTok and you will learn a lot. Oh, wait. Why can't I hear this? Oh my gosh, is there volume? Oh, that's depressing. For some reason, now it's on mute. That's Alibaba. Okay, maybe it does work. Why does it keep muting? Okay, how it sounds. She's basically showing people like the Alibaba. Why when I pause it, does sound start? I swear at one point this had sound. I'm so confused. Look, when you pause it, there's sound. Yeah, I don't know, but she's basically saying like, actually, because I thought Alibaba was direct Chinese manufacturing. It's not. She's like, it's upcharging. It's U.S. third parties like charging up. And then she directs you here. This is who made this, because I do suggest reading this. It's fascinating, especially if you want to start a business. It's Luna Sourcing. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. I'm going to write it in the chat and pin it because I think this is important. At Luna, like moon, sourcing, China. I'm going to pin it right now. I'm just going to check my spelling because it's really useful information. And these are American websites. It's not like they're .coms. It's not like it's like, oh, go down this weird ass rabbit hole where you're going to be defrauded. But that's the TikTok account. And if that would be a good starting place to find these videos. And it's an education in manufacturing, third party manufacturing, all sorts of things. Yeah. Oh, someone knows who she is. Yeah. It seems I watched like 3 of her videos and I was like, man, I don't have time to go down rabbit holes on TikTok, but it reminded me like why I used to all the time. I was like, wasting my time. Oh, here's a guy. Now I'm remembering. And here's a guy that's talking about, so I'm not making this up. This is real. Like, I forgot. I found a guy who's like talking about the phenomenon.
Hi, so if you guys haven't seen what's going on with Chinese manufacturers on TikTok, you have to look this up. Like I'm sure many of you have, I ended up on Chinese warehouse TikTok, and they're leaking all the secrets about how our stuff is made. For example, Birkin bags that are like $38,000, they show how they're made, and honestly, the quality was really good. But altogether, those Birkin bags that are $38,000 came out to about $1,600. Laundry pods were $20 for $1. And in America, that would have been like, what, $13? And the craziest part is they're showing people how to order directly from the manufacturer in China to where you can avoid the tariffs and not pay American prices for any of those products. And we're talking every shoe brand you've ever worn, every clothing brand you've ever worn. Anything that you buy, they have shown us how to order it for a fraction of the price. It is such an epic level of petty, and I love it so much. And the thing is, what do American companies think we're gonna do? We're gonna pay their prices rather than Chinese prices when I can get 1,000 times more product for the same price as we get here? We're not going to do that. These Chinese companies called our bluff. They were like, oh, you want to put a tariff on us? Okay, here's every product you buy in America at an inflated price for a fraction of the cost. This is the craziest Uno reverse card I've ever seen in my life. Anyway.
Actually do agree. And people are asking who he is. Let me see if I make this bigger, if you can see. Sorry, sometimes you have to screenshot things. So I'm sorry, do you see it in there? It's Cortland, Cortlen, fixes everything. Here, I will at someone too. And then let me see if I can find this video because it is in my outline. And if it is, I'll send it to everyone in the outline. I mean, I know it is. I just got to find it. Cortland fixes everything. Enter. Oh, and someone just said they reposted it. So you could also follow who said that in the comments, and that would be another way. But this is, I think I spelled it right. Yep, I spelled it right. And then I'll find it because I'm telling you, there's some valuable information. Like if you're thinking about starting a business, I mean, Really, like, that's what I was thinking. I was like, because, I really want to learn how to make income and never have to go back into, but God, it's really hard for me. I don't want to be involved in anything like consumerism, but there's a lot of interesting information that in some way could probably help a lot of us. So it's a worthwhile rabbit hole. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not like I'm just wasting time for no reason. Like, I was like, God, people could make a lot of money. And China's just like, we don't care anymore. Like, we're going to burn it all down. I can't even believe it. So many businesses in America must be like, what the F? Oh, here it is. Here. The production cost of a Birkin bag. No, I've got to be close because it's right here. Wait, let me see. Oh, China's trolling us. It's gotta be right here. I found the Birkin one. Sorry, I'm just opening this to see if I... No, that's the one about the MAGA merchandise. I don't know. I usually am very... 24 channels. Yeah, the Birkin one, and then... Oh, I think I found it. Let me just double check before I mail it to myself. I think it's 91 in the outline. Yeah, I'm going to send it to everyone. I found it. I'll just add everyone in the comments, and I think that'll be a good place to start. And everyone at paste. Hopefully, why is this happening all of a sudden? Oh no, it's fine. It's a link. I was like, not like the last one. No, it turned into a link. Okay, yeah, that goes directly to it. And then, how to go down a rabbit hole. But I sent it all directly to you. Yeah, send it to friends and family. It's fascinating. It captivated my mind for a couple hours last night, for sure. Okay, on that note, I've been live for 4 hours and 30 minutes. But more importantly, I've been live since like 5 a.m. in the morning. So I kind of need to get a little rest. So I'm going to call it there. I assume, and if not, I will let you know, but I assume I'll be live with Matt tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Eastern. And we'll probably be talking about a lot of this stuff, Matt's background in the military. I assume we'll talk a lot about posse comitatus. I'm interested to hear. We talked briefly about it on Saturday. So hear his perspective and things of that nature. So I shall see you guys in the morning. Love you all so much. We're almost at 650K. Can we get to 650K? I would appreciate it so much. And I appreciate all you guys. Thanks for I get anxiety before I have to talk about all this bad news. And it's like, it always amazes me how I can get through all of this stuff with you guys. It just makes it better. When I'm reading this stuff alone, I feel like it's the end of the world. And then I'm like, oh yeah, we can get through these things together and come up with good ideas. And then tomorrow, Fax and I are going to meet and we're going to start planning a virtual town hall. That will be the initial planning call about it tomorrow, sometime after my live with Matt. So if people can volunteer to help, or that's what we're going to talk about, is what it's going to look like if we need help and all of that sort of stuff. Because putting our energy into something, I also think could be really positive. So I'll have more information on that tomorrow for Wednesday. So the next time I'll do the people's receipts will be Wednesday, 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern. Tomorrow I'll be live with Matt at USMC or US McAngry Veteran. I shall see all you there. Corgi! I love corgis. They're amazing. Thank you guys so much for your support. We made it to 8,000 and I shall see you all tomorrow. Later, Gators.